Morning, morning, morning. Hope you're doing well. Setting up the chat, setting up the live stream, blah, 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 blah. Hope you're doing well. I'm actually, everything's pretty good. My eldest dropped him off at school. My youngest, listen, can I just share that there's a little bit of joy when your child, especially your young kids, like under the age of 4, don't want to leave your house. They're like, no, I want to hang out and play. And you're like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I love it. I love it that he fucking loves hanging out at my house. It's awesome. Eat pizza, eat some vegetables, play with a huge inventory of toys, watch some stupid ass fucking TV, hang out with dad. Steady supply of cookies and ice cream and all that bullshit. And yeah, I do understand that I'm bribing my children with pizza and cookies, but I don't care. I don't care. You know what? You know what kicked ass when I was a kid? Pizza and cookies. You know what kicks ass now that I'm older? Pizza and cookies. So, you know, it's not like anything's changed. Randy Jenks says, happy Friday, nerds. Good morning. Good morning. Although I don't think my chat is loading properly. Let me go ahead and reset it. Reset it. There we go. And then, that still might not have worked, but I'll give it a minute and see if it starts popping. Then, what I planned on doing today, though, I planned on obviously covering... I planned on covering the the Charlie Kirk assassination debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. I'm sure that'll be huge. So, that should be interesting. And then, but I think that only kicks off at like 10:30 or 11 a.m. So we still have like an hour to kill. Does look like Pisco's live, but we already talked yesterday, so we don't need to bug him at all. But the main thing was I got some pushback in comments and on Twitter about no, you don't get it. Pisco was actually saying some crazy shit on his conversation with Lonerbox. So I was probably going to go check out the Pisco Lonerbox conversation, bump it up to like 110, 125, something like that. Because then we can actually take a look at, you know, I get it. Pisco can be super autistic.
Anyway, you want to talk about juice?
But
yeah, I understand.
I mean,
So
hell, they called
yeah.
me.
Calling him like an anti-Semite more extreme than Nick Fuentes and the dissident right whenever he's on a mainstream platform is kind of wild. Like, just as an example, before we even start this content, like Nick Fuentes was on Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is a relatively mainstream platform. He's on YouTube. He's a mainstream political commentator, blah, 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 blah. And what do you do? When he was asked about like casualty stats in the Holocaust, he was like, maybe it's 7 million. Maybe it's 12. You know, I just don't know. We're finding out new information all the time. And Piers Morgan didn't catch it, but it was obviously sarcastic and a dog whistle to, you know, to his audience that like the casualty stats of the Holocaust are exaggerated. So has Pisco gotten anywhere near that shit? Or was he talking about definitional limitations of words in reference to motivations for hatred? Now, you can say that's in the service of sweeping for Kyle Kalinske or whatever, and Kyle Kalinske, as a matter of fact, I should probably map that out real quick while we're getting ready. Hold on. Vox Populi says test. Yep, chat works. Thanks. Did Florida school start up yet? Yeah, they started this past week. Jeb Kush says, good morning. Good morning, King. Conservative Liberalism says, fourth like reporting in 07. Remember, lads, live chat is better than top chat. Oh, when I reset my chat, it went back to top chat. Let me flip it back to live. Well, QC John says, good morning, girl hottest. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. May you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen, amen. Officer Nasty says, yo, what up, gang? What up, man? Vox Populi says, Pisco goes where the wind blows. He reads the room and goes in that direction, and whatever he thinks works best. Honestly, I don't know if he truly has any truly hard stances besides being a Democrat shill. Well, I'll agree that he is in general. Like, if you were to ask Pisco, what his principles are. I do think he has an allegiance to articulating the truth as he sees it. I do think that he wants the Democratic Party to be more progressive, and he thinks that a big tent strategy is necessary for electoral victory. I don't know if I would ever say he's like principleless, though. You would actually have to come up with like a perspective where he said something one day and then he changed it the next in order to be more popular with his audience or some shit. Like you would actually have to tell me. You'd have to give me an example. You can't just throw that out there and then just be like, yeah, he's a piece of shit, fuck him. Conservative says, yeah, but you don't get it, man. They said mask off, Nick wears his mask. Right, which is like so silly too, because he went on to Alex Jones, which is also on YouTube, and he also said wild stuff. So like, I think, I'm just going to be real. My perspective at this time is that Pisco is swimming in dangerous waters because of the hotness of the topic. Steven sees him being clunky with words in reference to definitions that people like to have strong opinions about. He knows that there is let's just call it audience and ideological crossover between him and Pisco. So he's just like unleashing a broadside of criticism in order to stir up some drama so we can have some discourse. So, in my opinion, is that good for content? Yeah, it's amazing. You know, in that regard, thanks, Steven, for stirring up a fucking shitstorm through which we can fight. Is he being an asshole to one of his former friends? Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, that's kind of why I'm interested in the topic is, number one, it's about a contentious topic. Number two, Destiny has stirred the pot, obviously. Kyle and Crystal feel pretty anti-Semitic these days. Well, and that's the thing, too. Okay, should I map this out before we get started? I almost feel like I should. I feel like I should because it feels quite obvious to me, but maybe visualization will help us understand. Not you guys. That was something that was pointed out by an OG Cogger when I'm fighting people or whatever. They were like, hey, listen, any true Cogger knows that killing civilians is bad. It's only like the lefty freaks, the Hassan Piker simps, the 3 or 4 of them that are in chat, that will sweep for killing civilians because also America bad. Therefore, you're spending a lot of time re-explaining to the COG concepts they already know really aggressively. And so as a result, you know, you're basically bashing your own audience's head in with shit they already know. So hold on. I'm gonna bash my audience's head in with shit they already know again real quick. So, Jews who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean, 85%. And so, here's the Jews who do not support a Jewish state in the Eastern Mediterranean. And I think this is important, even though I misspelled Mediterranean. Is it 2 R's? Is it 2 N's? Who knows? Not even scientists know. Hold on. So this, unless we're going to pull people's Jew card for not supporting a Jewish state, these are Jews, okay? They're people who are matrilineally of the ethnos of Jewish people, or they believe in the religion of Judaism, okay? And then what I would say for the people who support the Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean is that they are Zionists, and I don't use that as an invective. I don't use that as an invective at all. Other people use it as an invective. I don't. So, the point here is that when Hassan Piker, Kyle Kalinske, all these people are talking crazy, violent shit about people they're oftentimes not talking shit about the 15% of Jews who do not believe in a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. Who they are talking shit about is the 85% of Jews who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. However, an additional detail here that's important is that somebody pointed this out in Twitter replies, and I thought it was actually pretty good faith. They pointed out that Kyle Kalinske constantly pointing out the tie between American Jewish support for the state of Israel and the state of Israel's actions, and also trafficking in not properly evidenced conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein and the Adelsons owning Donald Trump via blackmail and cash in order to support the state of Israel, the Gazan genocide, and the war in Iran. It's close enough to anti-Semitism that it might as well be anti-Semitism. And I'm okay with that. Now, like I'm trying to defend Pisco's reputation, because when you say that he's an anti-Semite, you're saying that he is a bigot. He wakes up and he hates the Jews. He hates Zionists. He hates Jews who don't support the nation state of Israel in the Eastern Mediterranean. But he doesn't, clearly. And so in my opinion, Steven is just stirring this pot up in order to throw his fucking audience at somebody because he's bored. But anyways, let me engage with chat for a little bit. Vox Populi says, Pisco goes where the wind blows. That's the one that I wanted to see substantiated. AK Batusai says, good morning, serial grillers. Kyle and Crystal feel pretty anti-Semitic these days, which, by the way, I would want to know what statement, like, if you had a statement in your mind where Crystal was like, yeah, and I can't believe that Jeffrey Epstein works for Mossad, and he's a part of the American Jewish diaspora that blackmails our politicians in order to be bent to the will of the state of Israel. Like, if you had a specific quote from Crystal Ball that you wanted me to be like, is this anti-Semitic? Is this not? I would be curious about the specific quote you were thinking of. Don't wake up, Doobie. It's going to happen, man. It's going to happen. Just go with it. The sun has barely risen and we're in the Middle East already, for fuck's sake. Well, what did you want to do? Politics nowadays is Israel-Palestine, Ethan Klein versus Hassan Piker, Destiny versus Hassan Piker, and Asmongold saying that we should machine gun immigrants at the border. That's politics. Oh, it's also a red pill guy who calls ugly women fat, debating a black diversity hire for conservative media about whether or not a different alt media politician was assassinated, either by a trans leftist or the Israeli Mossad. This is politics, King. I don't know what you want me to do about it. Hold on. Don't wake up, Doobie. Are those 15% anti-Semitic upside down smiley face? Laugh my ass off? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Remember back when Mr. Girl was telling Steven that it was anti-Semitic to keep having talks with Nick and trying to be more nicer to the audience without attacking Nick for hating Jews? Yeah, I do. I think in the light of our national discourse, it's pretty funny. What if Steven had never reached out to Nick, and Nick had wallowed in his alt media hellhole for so long that eventually he quit politics and he no longer affected the national discourse? What if his destiny hadn't plucked Mr. Girl from obscurity and brought him into the discourse, inspiring food shops to become an open lolicon creator? What? There's so many things. What if Steven hadn't helped Hassan Piker figure out his tech issues early in his stream and coach him on streaming, so Hassan Piker had quit out of discouragement early on in his career? You know, there's so many things that Steven has made substantially worse. Now, truth be told, some of those things probably would have happened without Steven, let's be real. But, you know, the fact that he's, like, affected all of them is pretty funny. I still don't know how to spell surprise. It'll always shot in the dark, and I'll never look like the right way to me. Surprise. Rodney Hobbs says, betcha if everyone in Israel lost faith through MacGuffin revelation, things over there would get better. Interesting. I'm bored. I'm going to start calling friends bigots is kind of a wild contention too. I feel like that is pretty well evidenced. Well, he would be anti-Semitic in the sense that he doesn't fully, in all cases, deny Hamas or something. Sure. We could take a look at that. I don't think that noticing that powerful people that very likely have Trump compromised necessarily impugns an entire race of people. No sane person would extrapolate that feeling about Bibi. Sure. But there's a key word in that sentence, and you said no sane person. And a substantial amount of our polity, our nation, are crazy people. So, yep. YouTube politics was always fucked up nonsense, never had a chance. True. Officer Nasty says, did you see that Andrew Wilson drama with Unfuck America face doxing his daughter to show she's a lesbian? Whoa, what? That's too far for me. Geez, Z. Did Z do that or did somebody else do that? That's kind of crazy. Face doxing Andrew Wilson's child to point out that she's a lesbian? That's a wild move. James says, that's what happens when a bunch of streamers try to become politicians. YouTubing and live streaming was a mistake. Well, yeah, but the cat's out of the bag this one. Anonymous is will Doobie side with Candace Owens' Jew hatred of Andrew Wilson? Obviously, it's a better narrative. See? And isn't that going to be fun? Isn't it going to be fun to be watching? And this is my prediction. I hope I don't eat crow on this. Candace Owens has asserted a series of wild statements. Effectively, that Erica Kirk worked for Jean-Luc Brunel, who in turn worked for Jeffrey Epstein. And so as a result, Erica Kirk was a Zionist honeypot to keep Charlie Kirk pro-Zionist the entire time. And when Charlie Kirk started criticizing the nation state of Israel or drifting away from the nation state of Israel or thinking about criticizing what they did in Gaza, rather than trying to continue to honeypot him and manipulate him psychologically, they just decided that murder in front of the American people was the best course of action. So Erica Kirk and one of the Zionist assistants at the event rigged up a lavalier mic to be an explosive and then blow a hole in Charlie's neck in front of 300 to like a few thousand people and tens of thousands of live stream audience members. And Tyler Robinson, for some reason, is a complete patsy. They fabricated the firearms evidence. They fabricated the DNA evidence. They fabricated the text messages. They fabricated the Discord. They fabricated the confession. They fabricated all that kind of shit. That's Candace Owens' narrative. And I'm pretty sure Andrew Wilson's narrative is going to be, you're an idiot. You don't have evidence for any of that shit besides a bunch of vague circumstantial bullshit. Here's the actual physical evidence that shows that Tyler Robinson researched the location. He drove out there to scout it. He drove out there again with the rifle, and he drove out there again after the shooting to pick up his rifle. His DNA is a majority of the DNA that's on the rifle. The other DNA that's on the rifle is his roommate. And when you're walking around inside a shared living space, you're going to get DNA on shit. Then, what was the other thing? The boyfriend, the trans girlfriend, whatever you want to call her, said that this guy left a note confessing to the crime, texted him confessing to the crime, Discord messages confessing to the crime, and used his Dremel in order to carve what would you call it? The statements on the side of the bullets. So there is overwhelming physical evidence that Tyler Robinson is the shooter. And yet Candace Owens is still jerking off her dumbass audience. So anyways, my prediction is that I think it's going to be a slaughter. I think that Candace Owens will quite confidently reassert dozens of times that her like Israel narrative, and then Andrew Wilson will say, you said this, you said that, and she'll be like, I never said that. I never said that. I never implied that. I never said that. I never said that. And then that'll be the debate, and Andrew Wilson is going to stomp. That's actually my prediction. That's my hope as well. So anyways. Conserve says, sure, lots of crazy people in the world. That should keep Kyle or Crystal from talking about the realities of Epstein and the link of Trump to Epstein and the special treatment of Maxwell gets. Yeah, absolutely. No. At no point do I think that critically talking about Jeffrey Epstein and noting his ties to Israel. That's one of the things where, like, people who are overly sensitive about anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, they're too sensitive. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I was on Loaderbox's stream and I was saying that Jeffrey Epstein had participated in arms trafficking in the 1980s, being a fixer for UK Saudi Arabian weapons deals, and that he was a part of Iran-Contra, smuggling weapons through the state of Israel into Iran that were effectively sanction-busting weapons sold by the United States in order to create a black op, and that he had Israeli intel ties and government ties in order to do so. And there was like some some Jewish girl who was like, no. And I was like, yeah, this is evidenced. She was like, no, you're an anti-Semite. And I was like, no, this is all evidenced. And then she was like, and that was the whole conversation. And it's like, dude, the truth is the truth. Regardless of whether or not the truth is inconvenient for your political tribe or your ethno-religious tribe, that doesn't mean that the truth isn't the truth. So, Marco Rubio is anti-Semitic for saying we started a war with Iran because Israel dragged us into it. It needed to be said. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Then the truth becomes anti-Semitic. So, Beef says, I don't think anyone believes this anymore. They've moved on. This is an old conspiracy. Which one? The lavalier mic exploding into the neck thing? Paul says, laugh me off. Steve as Doctor Strange is just him using his foresight powers to Whoa. All right, Paul. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Andrew Ulixnez Wilson, being the more reasonable one in a conversation. Don't besmirch my Nubian queen. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. The boyfriend had more DNA on it than Tyler. No. No. Pretty sure you're actually just making that up. I'm pretty sure you're literally making that up. Whose DNA was found on Tyler Robinson's gun and in what quantity? I almost guarantee you, I remember the preliminary hearing and they said that the DNA evidence was overwhelmingly Tyler Robinson's. Attorneys for the Utah man accused of should ended this preliminary by trying to poke holes in the prosecutor's key pieces of evidence. DNA found on the rifle. Caitlin Oliver, DNA analyst for Bureau of ATF, testified on Friday that she had determined the DNA found on the rifle stock, grip, scope, and other areas could have been Tyler Robinson's. She concluded there was evidentiary support that Robinson was a possible contributor. Okay, that's not helpful at all. Lawyers for the suspected accused of killing conservative activists are expected to keep questioning the reliability of DNA testing that prosecutor said links the defendant to the suspected murder weapon when a week-long hearing continues on Wednesday. A member of Tyler Robinson's defense team interrogated DNA analysts from the FBI on Tuesday about the techniques she used to connect Robinson's to a rifle wrapped found in Utah Valley where Kirk... Whatever. Defense lawyer Michael Burke cast doubt on the analyst's conclusions, a theme that's likely to come up during the 5-day preliminary hearing. She can't match Mr. Robinson to the question samples, Burke concluded. Deputy Utah Attorney Ryan McBride countered that the reliability of the DNA testing could be examined if the case goes to trial. He suggested the preliminary hearing was not the time to take up the matter. The point is that there are explanations that are susceptible to differences in interpretation and arguments, McBride said. The court is going to determine if it meets the threshold of reliability at trial. Okay. Well, once again, if you have some source saying that the trans boyfriend had more DNA on the rifle, as a matter of fact, let me just go see if I can Google that real quick. Tyler Robinson's boyfriend had more DNA on the rifle than Tyler Robinson. Let's see if AI can help us out. Nope. I don't see it. So I think you're just asserting random fucking bullshit in my chat. You're welcome to substantiate what you stated. Oh, Christ iceberg. What a tragedy. Good thing people are out there fighting against the evils of anti-Semitism being inappropriately labeled on innocents. Sure. It's actually a bad thing to stifle conversation about serious subject with thought-terminating labels. Yeah. Crispy Garrett says, oh boy, not sure you've been following Candace. She's got a lot of pictures. No matter what, it's going to be good. Uh-oh. Epstein isn't a fixer, lol. Yeah, well, right. Right. Hopefully they like drive fast and take chances. Interesting. Lord of the Nerds says, what do you think about the Wilson's accusations that Z and the DGG Unfuck America crowd have been working in coordination with the Candace crowd to push the conspiracy stuff? I don't know. I know Z relatively well. I think she's capable of throwing weird elbows for attention. That one's a little weird though to me. I would need that to be substantiated though, and I might not need to talk to Z like, hey, was this you? Was this somebody affiliated with the organization? Like what was it? I would need specific details. Fellrunner says, no one says you have to shut your brain down over a label, but it's a noble cause. Keep fighting. Got it. Sorry, but it was funny, though. Yeah, it was funny. It was just, spicy. They are making it up exact opposite. The lavalier mic, I heard that too. Okay, got you. Yeah. The lavalier mic was the explosive, according to Candace's crew. That guy is thinking about the towel. There was a towel found at the scene. Well, if you use the towel to wipe down your body and then you wrap the rifle in the towel, but your roommate was the last person to use the towel, then obviously their DNA is going to be the major contributor DNA on the fucking towel. Do you know how towels work? Do you know where a majority of DNA samples come from? A majority of DNA samples come from dead skin cells. So, if you take a shower and then you use the towel to wipe your body, it's going to be covered in your dead skin cells. Anyway. I also heard no definitive ballistics. Yeah. But the definitive ballistics, they've defined it that it's a 30 caliber weapon. And then something that, who was it? I think it was Ryan Mulally pointed out. Ryan Mulally pointed out that a 30 caliber rifle killed Martin Luther King Jr., and it hit him in the face and it went down into his body. So one of the things that the conspiracy theorists were saying was a 30-06 is so powerful that if it hit a human neck, it would chop your head off, which is not true. And so there were very similar ballistic results in the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. So, True Zealous, is Connor planning to watch the debate live? If so, I will watch it to hear the pain in his voice defending Andrew Wilson's arguments. Yeah, that's the plan. Sapien Green DKK for 100. Thank you, King. There's no good reason to listen to Andrew Wilson debate anything with anyone, even if he's arguing against someone equally repugnant. It's like listening to poop debate bullshit about who's less shitty. Sure, Sapien Green, I get it. But at this point, I'm just going to be real, kings and queens. We talked about this substantially yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, no big deal. I have been trying to play patty cake with my audience after the Destiny drama in the hopes of retaining old heads like Christian Valeris and Patriarch and Grassroots and Jen and I'm trying to think of North and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just done. I'm gonna wake up every single day. I'm gonna pick the content that I think is gonna do well in the morning. This weekend, I'm gonna fix my camera and I'm gonna lower it down. And then next week, we're going to start the Rhino. And what I mean by that is I'm probably not going to change the labeling or whatever. I'm not going to do, it'll still be Counterpoints Politics, but the formula is going to be the first half of the day is spent reviewing whatever the drama of the day is. And the second half of the day is going to be breaking down news stories and creating 2 to 3 10 to 15 minute news segments that I then post as post-recorded content to the channel. And that's just the future of the channel. And if you like the content, cool, hang out. If you don't like the content, then say, hey, Connor, I love you, but this isn't for me. Fuck you, I'm out. And preferably do that through a super chat. All right. Z does actually believe that, but DGG is not involved. In reference to what? That Andrew Wilson's child is gay? There's more hay in bullshit. It's just a density calculation. True. Who cares what Ryan thinks? I do, you dumbass. He's a fucking lawyer. He's got a Juris Doctorate. You can hate him because his politics are shitty or whatever, but he's not an unintelligent human being. So, the only stupid people think that people who disagree with them are exclusively stupid. It is a stupid thing to think that, oh, this person disagrees with me, that means they're unintelligent. That is very silly pants. Lots of people turn into ballistics experts after the Trump assassination. True. Super Can Dawes says, I've just joined, so have no idea what anyone's talking about, but I'm on Andrew's side for this specific debate. True. Me too. I think Andrew Wilson can be quite rude and abrasive and silly, and I think he can bully the shit out of women. And therefore, I think that's not very nice. But I do think that Tyler Robinson, overwhelmingly the evidence points to Tyler Robinson being the shooter and not the Israeli Mossad rigging up an explosive lav mic via sleeper cell agents in TPUSA. I need to know what type of chat and YouTube channel I've walked into, who's on Candace versus Andrew's side. I would say overwhelmingly this chat, it's 70% Lockheed liberals, 30% conservatarians. I would say that overwhelmingly my audience probably hates both characters, but they agree with Andrew Wilson. That would be my overwhelming guess. There might be 2 or 3 shit posters who agree with Candace Owens just to piss us off, also because she's hot. So, Paul says, the content is not for me, but I'll hang around a little, perhaps drop by and drop of oil. Well, thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. Chort says, oh, I thought with regards to Z, you were talking about the Charlie Kirk murder conspiracies, lol. She thinks it's a conspiracy and Robinson didn't do it. Are you serious? Are you serious? That is so annoying to me. I have like maybe a half dozen otherwise smart lefty friends who think that the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination was a staged event and and that Tyler Robinson didn't do the shooting. And I swear to God, it's because they just get like, they're getting their news from TikTok and they're listening to 19-year-old dipshits about current events, and that's where they get their news. Yeah. I like some of the drama, so I use this as a reality TV show. Excellent. Well, let's figure out whether or not Pisco's a Nazi in a second. I've never actually seen him bully women. Isn't he the greased pickle jar guy? Yes, he is. But for instance, when he went on the Whatever podcast, which that was the Whatever podcast, if there's a woman who is between, let's say 1 out of 10, I'm going to be misogynist now. If there's a woman between a 4 or a 6, you know, she's got a cute face, but she's heavier, or she's got a butterface body or whatever. I'm being misogynist, I know. But if a chick is like clearly a 4 or 6, and then she says, I think I'm an 8, or I think I'm a 10, then Andrew Wilson's job is to laugh maniacally and then proceed to make fun of them for their exaggerated sense of self-confidence for 20 minutes. That was his job for a while. So, I love Candace Owens so much. That's unsurprising. Unsurprising. It's the one conspiracy that does not help politically, so Andrew fights against it while he endorses all the others. Is that true? What other ones does he endorse? I don't think I've seen him talk about like January 6, 2021 or the elections or anything like that. Crusader Danny says, as a conservative, I agree with Andrew, but as a Christian, I dislike Andrew. Yep. The Butler did it. True. Fell Runner says, every girl is a 10. It's just a location and timing thing. Nice. All right. Well, are you guys ready to just check out whether or not it's not going to be the greatest content in the world, because I've been told that this conversation is dry. But every time that I've been fighting a Destiny simp on Twitter, they've been saying that this is the conversation where Pisco unmasks himself as a Nazi. So I want to check this conversation out and see Pisco's Nazi-ness. Should be fun. Let's do it. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I'm trying to be a rhino, a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And Stephen Bonnell II, my former friend, and Pisco, my current friend, are beefing because Stephen Bonnell II is calling Pisco an anti-Semitic, might as well be a Nazi from Nazi Germany, piece of shit, who is sweeping for and covering for actual anti-Semites, and as a result, he should be castigated in public. I think this is extremely silly, because the charges of guilt that I've seen from the Destiny crowd so far has been that Pisco is too friendly to leftists who are anti-Zionist, and that he steelmans anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic argumentation. But according to some of the DGG people who were criticizing my criticism, this is the conversation where Pisco takes off his mask and basically becomes Adolf Hitler in front of us and starts goose-stepping, Roman saluting, and shaving his mustache. So let's take a look.
Functional anti-Semitism. I'm like, what the
I have no idea why anyone would say that about you. Okay, I think we're close to something.
Didn't really see. Wait.
Oh.
Where was the Liberal Action Network there? Right. I feel like
I'm only just hearing about this. What are you talking about?
But when you combine coverage of Israel with zog, APAC,
zog,
APAC, 24/7, and that's your biggest talking point, and every single election all across the entire United States, you to try to pretend like, oh, well, this is just fair coverage of Israel. Your coverage of a certain magnitude is absolutely...
I was getting quite frustrated by the...
But I do think at this point they are either, whether it be knowing or unknowing, playing into anti-Semitic tropes with just the sheer level of Zog stuff. I would say Kyle especially, but...
Right?
That's like a fever dream, but I recall us having a conversation like that. Yeah,
and obviously, like everyone, so no one disagrees that the grooming gangs are real. We know who they were.
Right,
no one disagrees that they were allowed to get away with their crimes for a very long time. No, I don't think I've ever met someone who supports them. But obviously, there's a difference between someone who acknowledges like who those guys were and what they did and everything is very different from someone who like makes that something like front and center, like an obsession in their politics, right? Like someone who talks about it like all day, every day. They just seem strangely uninterested when the same crimes are being committed by white people. And then they don't have to exaggerate, but often they do start to exaggerate as well, or they start to inflate numbers and things like that. And usually, even without the exaggerations, we can quite safely infer that people who put such a small subset of sexual abuse crimes in the UK to like front and center of their politics and have that level of obsession with it are doing so out of bigotry, or are at least doing it in a bigoted way.
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is that there are certain trends or patterns that constitute circumstantial evidence for dislike or prejudice against Jews, right? That doesn't change what anti-Semitism is, as I understand it. I think all you're saying is there are some things that we would take as circumstantial evidence of discriminatory belief. And I think that the problem that we were having in that conversation is one of getting the full scope of what anti-Semitism is, not what would constitute evidence of anti-Semitism. Hope that distinction is clear.
Yeah. What do you think anti-Semitism is?
I take anti-Semitism to be dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of someone's Judaism or someone because they're Jewish, in other words.
Yeah. So like either the religion or the ethnicity, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. And I guess when we're defining other forms of bigotry, would there be anything like there was a bit of a dispute, I guess, about how exceptional anti-Semitism is compared to other bigotries. Is there anything that you would comment there on that? Like, do you agree with that, or do you have or what was your opinion there?
I view it as tangential to what it is. I mean, it could be true, it could be, and it could not be true, and it wouldn't change my understanding of what it is. I just understand anti-Semitism to be hatred, dislike, prejudice, etc., of someone on the basis of them being Jewish. That's what I understand it to be, and it could be true that there's some exceptional aspects of anti-Semitism, and I think that there are. If you want to know my opinion, but there's also exceptional, distinct histories related to other forms of prejudice, of anti-Black bigotry, etc., etc. And so I'm not really in the game of like comparing the amount of badness of a given prejudice. I think they're all fairly bad, but I'm happy to recognize that there are distinct and unique aspects of anti-Semitism, as I suspect there are for a lot of different bigotries.
Okay.
And I think that do you agree that that's like a notion of anti-Semitism that smiles with you, that you not that you agree with it, but that like makes sense to you?
Yeah, I think I was going to add like the exceptional part to me is not so much the weight of it, is more that it's more the sense that like I don't think most other bigotries have this thing where you can denigrate a group just as much as you elevate them. So I think with like anti-Black racism or like racism against fucking Pakistanis or whatever else, or even gays and trans, like usually it's to do with them being something lower than what the in-group is, like either dumber or more degenerate or dirtier or something like that. Whereas with Jews, it seems to be like people can hold that opinion of Jews plenty, but they also simultaneously see Jews as like exceptionally intelligent, exceptionally powerful, exceptionally in control of the way things are going in the world. Like the conspiracism, I think, overlaps a lot with anti-Semitism compared to other religions or other bigotries.
I mean, it reminds me a little bit that dynamic that you're calling out, again, not to say anything other than on the specific point that you're raising. I see a comparison to like what happened in Rwanda, right, with the Hutus and the Tutsis, and there's a kind of minority which is seen as having like sort of far too outsized influence or power. That's all fine with me. I think that would sort of influence what we would take to be evidence of that prejudice, but it wouldn't change our notion of what the concept of anti-Semitism in fact is. In
Okay.
other words, everything we're saying about like the tendencies of people to hide power levels, this like disproportionate focus, that to me is all like just inputs where we might weigh it differently, perhaps, but it's all circumstantial evidence of a state of mind. And I want to know if you agree with me. Do you agree that by and large, anti-Semitism is a state of mind? It's a mindful state.
Mostly. I would probably draw a caveat in the sense that maybe we'll get into this in a minute. But I think like there is a way that people can not necessarily have the state of mind, but they can be so reckless with regards to like the stuff that the things that they're doing or the information that they're putting out or the things that they're saying or believing, that it's a very predictable outcome of what they do, and they're doing it with a particular like reckless disregard for whether or not like what they're saying is truthful or holds merit or whether it's proportionate or that kind of thing. So an example would be
I
like,
want to push on that a little bit. Yeah. So sorry. Go ahead. You finish. My bad.
so if I like, I think when I
Just to interject a little bit of commentary, I think this is going to be the crux of the argument, because Kyle Kalinske could earnestly believe that Israel has a disproportionate effect on American politics. By the way, we watched that GDF video where even consistently every American president since, I think even Kennedy was concerned about Israel getting nukes and basically beefed with the prime minister of Israel. Then he got assassinated. Lyndon Baines Johnson got frustrated with Israel because I think they did like a preemptive attack during whatever, war was during his time period. Then I guess it would be like the 67 war, right? Then who was it afterwards? Was it Reagan? Golda Meir said, well, if America doesn't give us a resupply in the 1973 war, we're losing the conventional war. As a result, we are going to have to use tactical nukes along our border, and that freaked out Reagan or whatever. Then, hold on, that's not Reagan. Who was it? The 73 war. Was it Ford? Might have been Ford. I don't remember. Anyways, who gives a shit? The point is that like a series of American presidents have had extreme frustrations with Israel, and whenever they've gone against Israel, the AIPAC lobby has pressured congressmen to in turn pressure the president of the United States in order to go along with a certain, tactical or strategic choice of Israel. Now, that's Israel being really good at lobbying. But obviously when it comes to Menachem Begin, trying to torpedo Reagan's deal to sell weapons to a Gulf state, and that's like America's business, I think Reagan has the right to tell Menachem Begin to fuck off. So, I think it was Menachem Begin. Anyways, the point is that like there is evidence of Israeli influence in American politics. The question is whether or not it's nefarious or outsized or whatever the fuck. That's the question. And then the question is whether or not calling it out points to some kind of like interpersonal bigotry on behalf of the person who's pointing them out, or whether or not it's just like a sane geopolitical criticism. So Connor has a weak grasp of history. How, old school? How is me laying out all the... we could just go watch the GDF video again. It's... Hold on. Now I feel like I have to prove something because fuck you. It's JFK, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump. Fuck you, old school. Fuck you.
I was like 13, some fucking older charismatic dude in fucking World of Warcraft convinced me that the Holocaust numbers don't add up, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, I suppose that makes sense. I didn't have fucking anything to push back with. I don't think I had any state of mind against
sorry, JFK, LBJ, Nixon, my bad.
dudes when I was like believing that stuff. I think if I went around saying it and all that, like there might have been some trouble, but obviously now that I'm older, now that I'm educated, now that I'm a political commentator, if I started saying the same things, it would be much harder for me to excuse that behavior, because I don't think I would only be able to do so if I had a very reckless disregard for the impact of what I was saying and believing, or the truthfulness of what I was saying or believing.
Yeah, so like, so sort of just what you're saying, I think we would apply different weight to evidence as relates someone on a forum when they're 13 and like a fully grown adult who presumably you're being exposed to all manner of anti-Semitism, I'm sure, and these tropes, and you're dealing with a lot of these international issues where anti-Semitism and related charges loom large, right? And so I certainly think that everything must be considered in its context and the totality of circumstances when we're running this analysis. But again, I think that that's all just getting to what we take to be different culpable states of mind, right? And I don't think it's changing fundamentally what it is we're measuring. And the example I want to push on that is like, let's say that you take an action that you know will increase anti-Semitism. You know it for a fact. And the example I used that unfortunately was never answered in the conversation with Conduit is suppose that someone is in good faith without harboring either a conscious or unconscious bias and of Jews, or of someone who loves Jews, releases an expose that they know will have the practical effect on, let's say, some action that Israel has conducted, leave it at that. They know this will increase anti-Semitism. That will be the effect of what they do.
Mm-hmm.
You would never call that person anti-Semitic on that basis, merely because they know to a certainty that their action is going to increase anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No. I would maybe ask one question: does it matter, one, how truthful the thing that they're saying is, and two, like how much regard they've had for the truth when they've said that? What?
Oh, that, yes. The second part, yes. So the reason why I say no is, suppose that in good faith you had that expose and it turns out all your sources were liars.
Yeah.
I don't think that would change whether or not you would think that they're anti-Semites. In other words, what is this intuition pushing? It's pushing that this is not just about the effect that you cause in the world, right? Someone can go around, it could be the case, right, that responsibly dealing with the grooming gangs and exposing them at the appropriate time leads to increases in Islamophobia and anti-Muslim bias, right? Here's another example. I'm sure that 9/11, you would agree with this, caused a significant uptick in anti-Muslim bigotry. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever say that the attack on 9/11 was anti-Muslim? I don't think you would ever say that.
No.
I think you would think it's ridiculous to say that, right? And so therefore, conclusion.
Sorry, I'm just listening, but I haven't heard anything that I disagree with so far. This is a fictional debate. These two are in cahoots. Can you point out what the cahooting is, please? Who is this? Overcome? What's the cahooting? Please tell me where they're wrong.
The state of mind is necessary here when we're talking about people. Now, there's one caveat which I agree does exist, and where Conduit was, I think, effective in getting me to remember it and clarify. And that is when the action you take is in and of itself discrimination on the basis of Judaism. So you have someone who really doesn't harbor a hate, any hate in his body, but whatever action they're taking is just by definition discriminating on the basis of anti-Semitism. That's a different concept of anti-Semitism, but I think it's sort of pushing on different things. But I would grant that would be a state of anti-Semitism just because the action you take is by definition anti-Semitic discrimination. But on the core concept here, and I'll let you respond.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we've established that in order for someone to be anti-Semitic, they must have some culpable state of mind. They must have some prejudice, some hatred, some dislike for people on the basis of them being Jews.
So you're saying it has to have that state of mind?
I think we both agree that. I think we both agree on that. Just establish that.
That's where I kind of find it a little bit more difficult. Maybe I can only argue this from examples, but
Sure.
let's just double check before we go into that. What's your opinion on, like, do you think there's a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism?
Yes.
If you were to illustrate how strong you think that correlation is, how would you do so?
I don't know that.
Okay.
My answer is 85%. I have an exact percentage. If you, of course, you could probably be like a tepid anti-Zionist who just thinks that the foundation of the nation state of Israel is fundamentally flawed and therefore it shouldn't exist. I'm assuming there's some chill anti-Zionists out there, but the truth is that we're talking about people. We're talking about Kyle Kalinske, Hassan Piker, probably Cenk Uygur, probably I'm trying to think of some other character, Mike from PA, but they're all vociferous anti-Zionists. They think that the nation state of Israel is a settler colonial European project predicated on white and Jewish supremacy that is akin to National Socialism in the middle 20th century, and its aims are the genocide of the Muslim Palestinian people. So they hate Zionists. They hate them down to their bones. They feel it in their core. They hate Zionists. And as a result, they hate 85% of the Jewish people, right? So, yeah, anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism obviously correlate. What's the percentage to which they correlate? 85%. But we're looking to resolve that remaining 15% in order to call somebody anti-Semitic, in my opinion.
That's just I don't have the data for that. And
or just or do you have like an example?
I have an intuitive feeling if you want. Like,
okay,
I have a vibe about it.
Right.
My vibe about it is it's probably a significant correlation. In other words, at the 5 or 1% significance level, that you will see a rise in anti-Semitism given anti-Zionism. I do believe that, yes.
And why is that? Like, why is it the case that, say, someone who doesn't really harbor any, like, what we call like traditional like 20th century anti-Semitic opinions or whatever, but they do seem to just have like an overwhelming bigotry for like Israeli Jews, who just happen to be like most of the world's Jews?
Oh, that's a further specification that I did not clarify just then. So,
okay.
So I thought what you said was, is there a correlation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism? But I didn't hear you say anti-Semitism indexed specifically to anti-Israel anti-Semitism. That's like anti-Semitism only of Israeli Jews. If you do mean something more specific, then you're gonna have to ask it again.
Wait, so anti-Zionism, I thought that would imply Israelis, no? Or Israeli Jews?
So anti-Semitism is what you were asking about, a correlation between anti-Zionism, which I would take to be.
See, and by the way, this is where the lefties play a little bit of a shell game, but I think it's an accurate shell game, to be clear. They say their hatred of Zionists is not solely targeted at the 85% of Jewish people who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. They actually routinely pointed out that they hate the Christian Zionists, because it's the Christian Zionists in America who provide the fucking support for the nation state of Israel. Somebody said it started, Connor, but I'm taking a look at this, and I literally refreshed the PBD page, and we still got 30 minutes left, and they're playing the 1-minute intro. So, no, we still got time. We got about 30 minutes.
A dispositional attitude against Zionism, right?
Okay.
And whether or not that's associated with anti-Semitism. And that is what I take to be discrimination, prejudice against Jews.
Right. Okay.
And that isn't specific to a more specific form of anti-Semitism, which is anti-Semitism of Israeli Jews. That would be equivocating. That's a different thing. Now, we can talk about that, but I'm willing to grant you the greater, right? I'm willing to grant you that anti-Zionism is probably highly correlated with anti-Semitism, the overall anti-Semitism, regardless of whether they're from Israel or wherever, right? It's just the broader version. And the reason for that is I probably think every single anti-Semite is probably anti-Zionist. Actually, that's not true, right? Like, you did have some, Nazi belief that they were encouraging emigration, I think, from Germany in the period and encouraging people to go to Israel. But that I wouldn't classify that almost as like any form of pro-Zionism. To me, it would just be like their immediate goal is to get rid of the Jews in the Reich, and so I wouldn't really classify that as Zionism.
Yeah, definitely not. So, in your world, like by your definition, is it possible then to be someone who, like, because this is the question I come up with a lot as well, is like, do you think that, say, someone who doesn't harbor what you said, like a dislike, prejudice, or hatred on the basis of Jewishness, but they do hold bigoted opinions against Israeli Jews, and I guess by extension, like, just against Israeli Jews, to you, is that just something different from anti-Semitism to you then?
Yeah, I think it would be. Yeah, it would be anti-Israeli Semitism or something, or anti-Jewish hatred.
Lord of the Nerds, I'm happy that I've studied this topic so much that I can be incredibly precise with my language. Is there another nation that is okay to want erased out and it not be bigotry or racism? Well, a substantial amount of the anti-Zionists would deny that they want to eliminate the nation, meaning the people, but they are unrepentant in the fact that they want to eliminate the Israeli state, meaning the government. Most people who are anti-Zionists, if they're leftists anyways, and they're like, oh, you want to support Hamas and slaughtering Jews? And they'll go, no. we want the Israeli state to be evaporated because we think it's a white supremacist, Jewish supremacist government. However, what the ideal would actually be a democratic, secular state incorporating both Palestinian Muslims and Jews into a single nation state. What they don't like is the ethno-religious separation and supremacy, not the existence of Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean. So that's where you need to be precise in your language. So if they said, "Oh yeah, we want to slaughter every Jew from the river to the sea," then obviously that would be, I don't know, quite vile. But I would say most of them don't endorse that. The question remains, is there another state besides Israel that it's okay to want wiped out? Well, I mean, they're communists, man. They want every state to be wiped out. So yeah. And then not just that, they want the state of the United States to be wiped out. And yet I don't think they would be saying that they're trying to wipe out the American people. Yeah, the United Kingdom. They would say that we want the monarchy abolished. We want the United Kingdom government to collapse. We want the American government to collapse. They don't want to, at least to my knowledge, they don't want to genocide the American people. They want the unjustified hierarchical structure to be abolished. You know? I think it's cringe, to be clear. I think it's lame. I think it's dumb. But I don't make that equivalent to slaughtering, what is it? Is it like 8 million people now? I think it's like 8 million Jews. When I hear anti-Zionists say, I want to abolish the state of Israel, I don't think they mean I want to slaughter 8 million Jews. You know what I'm saying?
Of Israelis. It would be like, I don't know, a kind of, what's the term where it's intersectional hatred or something?
Mm-hmm.
But it would be more specific. And again, I'm just being super anal just to make sure we have the right definition.
Yeah.
I think by definition, it would be different than anti-Semitism because there's an additional condition, which is that they be Israeli Jews, right? And that would imply that they don't have a problem with people on the basis of their Jewishness. What they have a problem with is on the basis of their Jewishness and their Israeli citizenship or Israeli connection. And so it's by definition different.
Yeah. So like, could you shorten that to the point that like so you can be bigoted against Israeli Jews, but not anti-Semitic, right?
You can be bigoted towards Israeli Jews.
Yeah, but not anti-Semitic.
Because you would be an anti-Zionist. This is where I feel like the differentiation of anti-Zionist versus anti-Semitic is very important. But anyways, let's see if he jumps on a rake here rhetorically.
I think definitionally, you would. Let me just think about that. Semitic. It's possible to be anti-Jewish Semitic or whatever we're calling that, and not be anti-Semitic. I think that's true. Because in order to be anti-Semitic, you need to have hatred and dislike on the basis of Judaism, and there's two conditions that need to be met for the more specified version, which is both Judaism and the other thing. Oh, actually, no, it would be a subset of one, right? Or I don't know about that. Let me think about it. Someone help me with the logic here. I'm just trying to be consistent.
Here's your logic. I solved it. Okay? I solved the issue. Jews are people who are matrilineally descended from Jewish folk, or they're adherents to the religion of Judaism. But they don't necessarily have to believe in a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. And therefore, anti-Semitism includes the 15% of Jews who don't believe in a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean. However, if you're going to be shitty or critical or aggressive or vilify all the people who support a Jewish-dominated state in the Eastern Mediterranean, then you're anti-Zionist. I've resolved it, okay? And by the way, you could this is what people don't like whenever we differentiate anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist, is they feel like if you say anti-Zionist, then it's not as much of an invective, it doesn't punch as hard, and it doesn't call them as big of a piece of shit as if they were anti-Semitic. But guess what? They could be anti-Zionist and still be a huge piece of shit, right? I think a lot of anti-Zionists are a piece of shit. I think Mike from PA is a piece of shit. I think that Hassan Piker is a piece of shit. I think plenty of people are pieces of shit. So, you don't need to freak out just because you can't use your favorite label to, call into question the character and principles of other people. You could just use a slightly more accurate term and then make it clear that they're still pieces of shit. It's really not bad. It's really not that bad. Jeb Cush says the holy flame carried by the living Charlie Kirk must be used to smite the zombie Charlie Kirk resurrected by Candace Owens. Christ on a cracker, are we ready for that content? Quick chill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Just going to thank the people that have donated. I got Sapient Green and Old School kicking us off today. Thank you, kings and queens. We still got, looks like on the Candace Owens front, they're just playing the trailer on a loop over and over again. And I think they said, when I refreshed it, they said they have about 25 minutes. I think it's going to restart, or it's going to start at 11 EST. Yeah, we got 23 minutes, guys, for the Andrew Wilson. There also might be a like an opening thing where they talk about stuff and they are doing a little bit of banter with the studio people and all that kind of stuff. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens being on my screen. You know what I'm saying?
So in this example, you wouldn't harbor hatred against a Jew who wasn't an Israeli citizen. Therefore, you wouldn't be anti-Semitic on that view. Yeah. So I think that follows. Yeah. I think I'm right.
Okay. In the regular discourse, are you going to split that many hairs between someone who?
No, I've never heard this concept before. I've never heard this concept of anti-Semitism, but only of Jews who are living in Israel or who have a connection to Israel. It's the first time I'm hearing ever of this concept.
Well, I guess this is often the basis on which people let's say there's this hypothetical person who really fucking despises Israeli Jews, right? Like they're the worst people. They're all crazy racist extremists and all that. And not only that, but they love Jews outside if those Jews are the good Jews, the ones who are not Zionists, the ones who don't sympathize with Israel, because most Jews outside of Israel do sympathize with Israel to some degree. So that would be a problem as well. Like people, because this is when people who, if you get like an extreme anti-Zionist is going to hate anyone who, or is going to have like a big issue with.
Officer Nasty with the 2 says Robinson's MAGA parents set him up. Wow. Yeah. Isn't that kind of a trip? That that would be necessary for Tyler Robinson's parents to say, yeah, my son killed Charlie Kirk, but they're using him as a sacrificial lamb in order to continue to support the state of Israel. The Mossad would have to threaten their family and or pay them millions of dollars in order for them to betray their own son. Oh, it's crazy.
Anyone who sympathizes with Israel, but most Jews outside of Israel do. So this is like someone who ostensibly has a strong, who is basically against anyone who is against at least 70% of Jews on the planet, because they're either Israeli Jews or they are Jews who sympathize with Israel.
Yeah, you just have to think about the person who would fit that mold, right? Let's think of the example person. The person who thinks in their life, let's say, they love the Jews in their life. They're married to a Jew, right? They're married, and in fact, they're thinking about converting to Judaism, right? But they really, really hate Jews in Israel. You wouldn't call that person anti-Semitic, would you?
If they get to a point where, if their Jewish friends are sympathetic to Israel, or they think Israel has a right to exist, or some shit like that, then and then they're like, well, that's a bit of a deal breaker. I'm not really you're just too genocidal or too. Some people will say that people who are Zionists should be treated the same as Nazis, right?
Conditions, but let's say that they don't fulfill those conditions. Let's say in the absence of you making it so that they fulfill those conditions, but in their life they're going to marry a Jew. They want to convert to Judaism. I don't think that you would call that person anti-Semitic. Right? Definitionally?
Well, they want to convert to Judaism, but the only Jews that they'll tolerate are ones who are anti-Zionist, which is okay. Then this is where I get so this is where I'm not sure.
This is a very narrow, specific concept. I don't think that you would call someone like that anti-Semitic in the general sense. It would be anti-Semitic in a more specific sense that is not necessarily inclusive of anti-Semitism more generally. It's a further specification. It requires something else.
That's why I'm not sure if it does, and I'll tell you why. It's because, and I think the reason that people find it very hard to disconnect these two things is because it's not like Israel and Zionism is not just people who happened to be Jewish or happen to be Jewish living in an area, like their being there is kind of like an intrinsic part of like the Jewish story, you know, of like Jewish history. You know, like that half of the world's Jews in the 20th century.
I don't know what you mean by intrinsic history. Can you just clarify what you mean by
as
that?
in,
It's part of their intrinsic history?
It's like an intrinsic part of Jewish history, as in like Jews, because of the way the rest of the world treated them.
Prominent in their identity? That it's like important to them?
No, I'll just go through the sentence and you'll
see. This is where I don't like this, because I do feel like we have the accusations of like specific treatment or whatever. So let's say that an Irishman immigrates to America in the 19th century, but he's still and by the way, I'm like majority Irish. So I would say ethnically, I am Irish. So I've continued obviously down the American path. I would say I've been fully integrated into American society. But would anybody deny my Irish ethnos? And if, let's say that an English guy, because of Irish Republican Army terrorist attacks in Northern Ireland, he hated Irish people who lived in Ireland because he thought they were complicit in the terrorism of the IRA. But then he didn't give two shits if you were ethnically Irish in America. Would we say that he is anti-Irish in totality? Or would it be the geopolitical context that was driving his hatred of Irish nationals in Ireland? You know, like that's where, for me, you know, differentiating these bigotries might be uncomfortable for people who are like pro-Israel or pro-Jewish in general. But I don't think you lose anything through definitional accuracy, you know?
You can see if it makes sense. Because of how they were treated by the rest of the world, most of the world's Jews found themselves in a position in the 20th century where they didn't really have anywhere else to go. You know,
anti-mechanic, where Mick is spelled M-I-C-K. Yes. I love it when we as a community come up with new ways to be bigoted. Excellent.
Some of them found a life as a minority in what was left of Europe after World War II. A good number of them went to America, but for the rest, they pretty much all of them had to go to Israel. Like that's what that's the for half of the world's Jews, that's what happened. They didn't really have much of another choice. And when they were there, obviously, then they were faced with the other issue of existing either in a Jewish state or just existing as a minority under like a different nationalism that was very hostile to them. So to me, like Zionism is just like a part, it's like a very intrinsic part of Jewish history to the point that like it was survival for half of the world's Jews. It was that or you're fucked.
I'm trying to understand what you mean by it's an intrinsic part of their history. Like it's an important part of their history that they care a lot about, or that it's like it happened.
As in, it's like it's a product of, as in, it happened to them because they were Jewish. Like,
is that what you mean by intrinsic? The word?
Yes, that's what I mean by intrinsic. Yeah.
Okay, so it's an intrinsic part of their history because it emanates as a result of bigotry that they experienced in various parts of the diaspora. Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I would grant that on intrinsic meaning related to bigotry, anti-Jewish bigotry, that it is intrinsic in that sense. But I don't understand how that helps us clarify our notions of anti-Semitism. Unless you're willing to say that anti-Zionism is by definition anti-Semitism. I don't think you'll go that far.
No, I wouldn't go that far. I think it would depend on, again, because to me, coming back to the thing you said earlier about when people believe things that cause anti-Semitism or cause it to rise, I think it does depend on how much they've come to that conclusion, either in good faith or with a kind of like
right.
of how much regard they've had for the truth of their statements. So even though I think it can have like anti-Semitic outcomes, so I'm trying to figure out exactly where the schism is here. Is it really just in the idea that like this hypothetical person can be bigoted against Israeli Jews? They can hold a red line to any non-Israeli Jews who are Zionists or who have sympathies with Israel or not, and then but they're not anti-Semitic, right? Yeah.
I'm just working with this like example that you raised, which frankly, maybe there is such people who exist who are able to disconnect their beliefs about Jews, but also maintain a hatred which is dependent on Judaism, In other words, this kind of person would not be prejudiced against Christian anti-Zionists, right?
They wouldn't be
This is the kind of
prejudiced
person we're talking about?
against Christian anti-Zionists.
Oh, sorry, Christian Zionists. My bad.
Oh, well, they'd probably dislike Christian anti-Zionists, but I don't know if they'd be bigoted against them, right? Or like against Christians.
So then, what work is there? It sounds like the religion isn't doing much work there, or the ethnicity isn't doing much work there. It sounds like the Zionism is doing the work there.
I think Christian anti-Zionism, Christian Zionism, I think is much more of a choice, whereas I don't think most Jews in the world, well, it's literally most Jews in the world who are in Israel, I don't think they really had much of a choice in feeling a connection to Israel. I feel like that just kind of happened to them because they were born there. And even with Jews who were connected to it.
I'm just trying to get this. I'm just trying to get like this concept down, right? Like I'm imagining a person who.
Dude, we already solved it. We already solved it. So my question is, I'm still waiting for Pisco to start, like, Sieg Heiling, throwing some Roman salutes, start goose-stepping, shaving his mustache, expressing some interpersonal bigotry against the Jewish people. I haven't found it yet. What I have found is autistic pedantry grappling with the term anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. And then what I hear Lonerbox doing, and by the way, I'm not trying to like impugn Lonerbox at all, but what I hear Lonerbox doing is, weirdly enough, doing the historical conflation of Judaism being inherent with a tie to a nation state in the Eastern Mediterranean dominated by Jews. But as we can see, 15% of the Jewish population doesn't believe in that. So does that invalidate their Jewishness? Are they no longer Jewish? Are they no longer part of the definition of Semite? And I know that I'm trying to apply like autistic rigor, but the reason why I'm applying autistic definitional and rhetorical rigor is because we have accurate terms. Anti-Zionists hate Christian Zionists because they support the nation state of Israel. Then anti-Zionists hate Israelis because they believe that they're part of a white supremacist, Jewish supremacist, settler colonial nation in the Eastern Mediterranean that is dispossessing and killing Palestinian Muslims. So, anti-Zionism captures these people perfectly, whereas anti-Semitic is an invective used to describe hatred towards all Jews. And by the way, those people exist as well. There are probably Nazis who do not hate Christian Zionists because they're white and they're Christian, but they do hate all Jews. Not only do they hate the Jews in Israel, but they also hate the Jews in the United States, even if they're secular, even if they're atheistic, even if they're loyal to the United States. They still hate them for being a different ethno-religious category. So, saying the anti-Zionism of Hassan Piker, which, by the way, can still be bad, is identical to the anti-Semitism of a neo-Nazi is just fundamentally inaccurate. I'm looking for any Steelman arguments in chat. Feel free to do them. I'm assuming you're saying why. Why can't Zionists hate Israel's actions? Why does it have to be something innate? Oh, why can't anti-Zionists hate Israel's actions? Why does it have to be something innate? It doesn't have to be. That's something that I was pointing out to chat, is that I think there are probably anti-Zionists who exist in the Eastern Mediterranean, like Hamas fighters and Palestinians who are sympathetic to Hamas, who have put together their anti-Zionist bigotry with their desire to slaughter Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean. I think that's like entirely true, entirely possible. But I think a vast majority of anti-Zionists would say, no, we don't want to kill the Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean, but we do want to abolish the Israeli state and then be ruled by a state that incorporates both Palestinian Muslims and Jews. I think that's the vast majority of international anti-Zionists are not like praying for the day where they can slaughter Jews. So, Anonymous for 10 says, I'll take it one step further. Israel is based. We align in governance, enemies, and allies, and our partnership costs us pennies on the dollar, and anyone who denies that is anti-Semitic in my book easily. I think you're going a little bit too far, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. I think you're taking it a step too far definitionally, but I appreciate your joie de vivre. I appreciate your whimsy. Jeez.
Who is bigoted against Israeli Jews and is also like bigoted against Christian Zionists or something, let's say. And it just really sounds like the driver there is the anti-Zionism in this hypothetical person. Because they're cool with Christians who aren't Zionists, and they're cool with Jews who aren't Zionists. And presumably if there's like, I don't know, atheist Zionists, they would have a problem with them too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like...
But I guess in the case of the Israeli Jews, it's a lot more... Well, in the case of the Israeli Jews, it's more... That's the immutable one, right? For atheists and Christians, it's not immutable to be a Zionist. But for others, it would be like an Israeli Jew, yeah.
What would it mean to not be anti-Semitic, but to be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionists more specified? I'm having difficulty with that.
Okay, wait,
I don't know why it's relevant to
be anti-Semitic, but I think you just said to be anti-Semitic, but to not be anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist. Can you rephrase that? Or
so to not be generally anti-Semitic, but to be specifically anti-Semitic only insofar as it relates to someone who has a Zionist outlook. That's what I'm having trouble with. I'm having trouble with both like imagining such a person and also with why we think it's relevant to cashing out our concept of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, for a couple of reasons. So one, I'm kind of like and this is something I'm more on the fence of. I'm on the fence of whether or not like bigotry against Israeli Jews, like a bigoted form of anti-Zionism, basically, whether or not that should be just seen as a different form of bigotry to classical anti-Semitism, and that would clear up a lot of the confusion. Like for me, it's like quite easy to say, well, if you don't think, Mr. Piker or whatever is anti-Semitic, I mean, he's obviously bigoted against Israelis. he's bigoted against Israeli Jews. Like it's a very exceptional bigotry that he has for them. So
the way someone might be bigoted against like a Mexican, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that he's bigoted in a way against Israeli Jews in a way he wouldn't be bigoted against Israeli Muslims? Fair?
Oh, definitely not. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But is in a way that it would be different with an Israeli Christian who, let's say, is incredibly Zionist.
Yeah. James DeLosink says, when is North coming back? Whenever he figures out that there's a high probability that Steven and food shops both jacked it to kids, But whenever he figures that out and then he's like, oh, gross. That's probably when he'll come back.
Zionists in Israel. Would that be the same kind of prejudice against the Zionist Christian in Israel? Would that individual be subject to the same kind of, attack by Hassan?
Yeah, probably. But again, like a Christian Zionist, to me, Christians as a group don't really have to be. It just feels like the Israeli.
Zionism is doing the work here, right?
Not really, because again, for a Christian as a group, because bigotry does come down to groups. Christians don't really have to be Israeli. For Jews who are born in Israel, they kind of have to be like, they don't really have that much else choice. Like some of them can go and get like dual citizenship and all that. But as far as it goes with like the whole point of like as a collective, they don't really have another place to.
Whether they do or not, right? Like it could be true that they don't have another place to go. That would just be like, I guess, some additional, mitigating circumstance that we should like be more sympathetic to them. But why does it change like these?
Is this the kind of philo-Semitism that has been hiding in chat but gets drowned out by doobie super chats? Anonymous says we should just counter Palestinian resistance won't be perfect with Israeli partnership won't be perfect, but they make up for it with hot women. Yeah, but then they say that's isn't Hasbara a term for like pro-Jewish propaganda? What does Hasbara mean? Hasbara definition. Hold on. Hasbara is a Hebrew term that literally translates to explanation. In practice, it describes Israeli public policy, strategic communication, and public relations efforts aimed at shaping international opinion, defending the nation's image, and justifying its military and political actions. So, hot Israeli women. So, the point is, like, I know there's hot Israeli women because they're on, like, Instagram. Right? They're like, look at me. I can wear my IDF uniform and I can wear a bikini. Look at me. I'm like an Aryan blonde, but I'm also super Jewish. Look at me. I look like an Italian babe, but I'm also super Jewish. Oh, yeah. Like this chick. This chick. But I think Gal Gadot, of course. How could I forget Gal Gadot? Oh, hi. Okay. Anyways, sounds like Anonymous Chatter is the opposite of Doobie in this regard.
These concepts, right? Like, would you classify like anti-Zionism itself as a form of bigotry? I don't think you would, right?
No, I don't think it's a form of bigotry. No.
And do you think that Hassan would be prejudiced against Israeli Jews who are not Zionists?
No, but I don't really think that really exonerates.
Then it doesn't feel like he's being bigoted. So if he wouldn't be biased against an Israeli Jew who is non-Zionist, it doesn't sound like he's bigoted against Israeli Jews.
But then we're making the argument that like how many bigots exist in the world then? Like, is Tommy Robinson not a bigot because he's friends with like a couple of British Muslims who are like, we just want to love Britain and stop the Islamification? Or like, as a BNP person,
I'm just
not bigoted against Muslims because they're Muslim members of the BNP? Like, probably.
No, we're assuming that we know their mental states, right? So like that's like a kind of epistemic question of like but like assume that you really did know that Hassan harbored no prejudice against Israeli Jews who are non-Zionists. Suppose that you knew that, right? Put aside the epistemics and you just knew this to be true. I think it would be accurate to say he's by definition not bigoted against them as a class.
No, because I think when you get to a point where you are making your acceptance of a national group.
That is vile. That is vile, Peter. She can bomb my blank any day of the week. Good God. I laughed, but that is horrific.
Conditional on them agreeing with you? That's still bigotry. And that's the same thing with anti-Muslim bigotry in the UK. You can't just say
what
that
would bigotry to be? Then I'm having a problem with this notion of bigotry. Then
it's a broad prejudice against a particular group for some kind of like national or ethnic or religious characteristic, or like a immutable characteristic.
Like, so some sort of immutable characteristic. That's the basis of the discrimination. But in the example we're using of Hassan, where we can read his mind, it doesn't sound like what's causing the discrimination is the immutable characteristic of his genetic makeup. It doesn't sound like what's causing it is, I don't know if nationality is immutable, but I don't think it's on the basis of nationality. It sounds like the basis of the prejudice is
their
belief,
opinions?
the Zionist belief.
I
think that's predictive on everything. It's perfectly predictive of every single situation, right? It's perfectly predictive of the Christian Zionist. It's perfectly predictive of the Jewish Israeli non-Zionist. It's perfectly predictive of presumably the Muslim Israeli, right? It just sounds like in this example, it's the Zionism that's predictive, and therefore it's Zionism that we can say is the but-for necessary condition to the negative disposition.
Again, I'm just not. So again, that does mean. Wait, first of all, do you disagree with that definition of bigotry?
No, I don't think. I think bigotry is usually like some sort of harbored prejudice. I'm okay to work with that.
But does this mean that I can no longer call Tommy Robinson like an anti-Muslim bigot because there are Muslims who agree with him, even though they're still practicing Muslims, and he likes them?
No. The difference there is like we don't believe. We think that those are like token figures, and that we don't trust him, and we think that he's manipulating, he's a liar, and so there's an epistemic barrier.
Not necessarily. No, I don't know. I think he sincerely likes them. I think his whether or not he likes them is just, it's so conditional on whether or not they conform to his ideal or what he thinks a Muslim should be. And I think it's the same with Hassan. Like the bigotry against the Israeli Jew is like, it's like because they don't live up to his expectation of what he thinks an Israeli Jew should be.
Yeah, but it's part of the expectation based on the intrinsic characteristics, or is it all based on their conduct and ideology? That's the question, right? Like, is the expectation that he has of Jews different than the expectation he has of Christians or Muslims? That's a question.
Again, I find it, I'm not really able to apply this.
Oh my God, sorry.
Because I think it matters when you're talking about a particular collective group. And also about whether or not it's compared to when it comes to their approach to Zionism, not in the same way, no.
Well, but regardless of that, I mean, you're saying that it needs to be a collective group with respect to a different purpose?
Yeah, because if you are like if you're a Jew who lives in the Middle East, like why do you think those Jews are Zionists for the most part?
I'm not sure why it's relevant, but I assume that they're Zionists because they were taught to be Zionists, because they were told about Zionism, and before them because of facts about their reality, facts about the geopolitical situation.
Okay,
and,
wait, facts about the reality. Can we go further into that?
Yeah, so I presume people are taught their ideologies, and they're informed by their experience. And one experience that Israel has had is constant conflict with its neighbors. And so I'm assuming if you're asking like causally what's forming these beliefs in a person, right?
Or what reinforces them as well. So facts about the reality, and
I assume it's like their nurture what they're told and then what they experience.
Yeah, so what
it's kind of a broad answer. That's what I assume.
No, that's fine. You mentioned conflict as well, as in like
Somebody said Connor's so bored he's just looking at Reddit slop. It's not on purpose, man. I'm just waiting for the Andrew Wilson debate. That's obviously going to be the spicy thing of the day. But I do kind of want to press this. Like, you could be an anti-Muslim bigot, I suppose, where you're like, oh, any Muslim who follows Islam is worshiping a pedo and he's a war criminal and jihadist terrorism is the only kind of terrorism on the world and blah, 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 blah. Then you have a Muslim friend, I guess. And I do think, like, for instance, like, are the Muslims that Tommy Robinson is hanging out with the chill Muslims? Do they believe in God, the last day, and doing good works, and that Muhammad is God's messenger? But besides that, they're like British patriots who love the country. And then Tommy Robinson uses them as tokens to say, hey, look, I got Muslim friends, right? But you still want to say Tommy Robinson is an anti-Muslim bigot because of his vilification of Muslim people. I don't really have a problem with that. But do we have I think we do have some evidence that Hassan Piker does have anti-Jewish bigoted sentiments, like when he was calling the Kahanis a bunch of incestuous, genocidal, neo-Nazi fucks or whatever. And you could also, somebody argued this too, with Kyle Kalinske, was that he doesn't have sufficient evidence to point out that like Jeffrey Epstein was a Zionist control deep state actor who, leveraged the Trump administration into rawly pro-Zionist positions. And therefore that's anti-Semitic because you're taking a complex geopolitical situation based off of a variety of factors, including familial relations. Remember that Jared Kushner is a Jewish Zionist who is Donald Trump's nephew, and you're just blaming it on a vast conspiracy of Jewish manipulators. And that could be anti-Semitic or playing into anti-Semitic tropes. So I'm okay with that if you want to have that level of nuance. But then I'm just curious if somebody escapes that level of nuance where they're like, no, I just truly dislike anybody who supports the nation state of Israel, but I have no beefs with Jews in general who aren't supportive of the nation state of Israel. Are you going to call that person an anti-Semite? I don't know what to do. AF Racing says, who knows? Maybe I'll come back since Connor is decided to get Doobie and his testicular banana out of his life. Well, that's not true either. I'm thinking about the balance between Doobie and Officer Nasty and Miradol and the OGs and all that kind of stuff. But the truth is, I also feel like telling all of y'all to pound sand, and if you like the content, you like the content. And if you don't like the content, then shut the fuck up and leave. I truly don't know where to go besides telling everybody to eat a bunch of hairy testicles and wieners and just kind of doing my own thing and let the chips fall where they may. Because this whole like trying to cater to the snarkers to be fair to them, which by the way, I feel like I've been more than fair considering the amount of pressure that I've received for having Nasty and Doobie in the community. But then also having to cater to the anti-snarkers because they hate them so much. I don't know what to do about that. Yep, Doobie is gone. I don't think he's gone. I didn't ban him. Did somebody else ban him? I didn't ban him. He's just not here today, even though we're talking about his favorite topic, Israel-Palestine. Conservative says, Connor, I think your recommendation yesterday that if people are having personality conflicts that they shouldn't be mods and just relinquish their shield is a fair prescription. Yeah, I think so. I think so. So, your job, if you're a mod, if you want to be a mod, then you need to be a mod. And if you want to be a chatter and you want to have fights, be a chatter. If you want to be a chatter and you don't want to have fights, then block the people that you don't like. I think it's that simple. Lord of the Nerd says, you aren't getting rich from this, so just enjoy the ride. Well, I'm not making money either. You know? I'm not getting rich, but I'm not making money. Anyways, let's see. We still don't have human beings on the screen yet, so I'm going to let Pisco and Lonerbox continue to drift around what is anti-Zionism versus what is anti-Semitism. I feel like we already resolved this, but I do appreciate Lonerbox kind of pointing out, like, there will be people who will hide their bigotry around not being bigoted towards an entire group. Are we going to stop calling those people bigots because they make small exceptions for their special kind of person from that group? And I don't know what that is. I don't have a strong answer. Anyways.
What does them being Zionists have to do with the fact that they're in conflict with people around them?
Well, I assume that sort of nationalistic ideologies, to the extent that there's like competing or attacks from without, or you might say conflict with other national groups, that this might, as a natural tendency, again, I'm not a fucking sociologist or anything, but have the effect of promoting such an ideology in a populace that's sort of apt to hear the message. In addition to like the kind of like, and here I'm not using the negative connotation of indoctrination, the indoctrination that you might have in like a school or in a society where that's spread along. So yeah, but I'm not sure why this is relevant to the question of what anti-Semitism is.
I think it's relevant because we're getting to the idea of, I can just lay it out rather than like going through the chain of questions. Sure. I think most Jews in Israel are Zionists because if they didn't have a Jewish state, they'd probably be fucked. Like they'd either be in serious trouble when it comes to like violence from people around, from the like national groups and other forces around them. Like their entire survival would be in question. Because then you're saying that like I'm not bigoted against it. So now I'm a hypothetical person who says I'm not bigoted against Israeli Jews. I just need them to stop believing something that's quite essential to their survival.
Yeah. So in that context, maybe one would infer a hatred. But let's say that you really didn't harbor a prejudice against them on the basis of that trait, right? It's just analytic. I'm gonna be honest with you and Frank. It sounds like you're trying to change the meaning of some of these terms to fit people in certain boxes. It sounds like all these exceptions and these well Christianity is a class with respect to a goal. It sounds like we're doing a lot of work to like fudge the definitions to fit certain outcomes that we want based on like what we think would be good for the world. Like it would be good for the world if anti-Semitism includes these people for some reason. But like I just don't understand like why. Is that what you're doing, or are we trying to like understand some standard notion of anti-Semitism as used by people?
Well, I was trying to do a couple of things, but just to come back to what you were saying, like just to confirm what you said there, it sounds like the idea is that you can be in a position against Israeli Jews where you can say that I'm prejudiced against them, but just for their beliefs. But it just happens to be a belief that is quite important, is like pretty important to their survival, like to their safety. And then that just kind of means, well, I'm going to hate them.
Zionism is good.
I'm going to hate them, or they give up their. Yeah, so I'm just like saying, but if we go to the question of like, it's like the position would basically be like, I'm going to hate this group until they believe things and act in a way that will put them in danger.
Yeah, but assume he doesn't think that it puts them in any material danger.
Assume they don't think that.
Yeah, assume he's sincere and he says, but they won't be in danger. It'll just be a peaceful situation and they'll integrate. There might be a few problems.
Yeah, like Hassan Piker and Mike from PA. I bet if they were putting their best foot forward and we were doing an interview on CNN and I was like, hey, Mike from PA, do you want to slaughter all 8 million Jews in the Eastern Mediterranean because you're anti-Zionist? Then he would say, no, of course not. What I want is a peaceful one-state solution where the Israeli state is evaporated and we stop supporting them diplomatically and militarily. And then because of demography, overwhelmingly, there's a peaceful coexistence between Arab or Palestinian Muslims and Palestinian Jews under a Palestinian state. That doesn't preference the Jews over the Muslims. You know, that's what he would say. Now, whether or not that's practical, whether or not that's smart, whether or not that's good or bad, whether or not that's like a totally different question. What we're trying to ask is, does Mike from PA wake up every single day with an interpersonal bigotry towards Jews? And then, does Hassan Piker wake up every single day with an interpersonal bigotry for Jews? And does Pisco wake up every single day with an interpersonal bigotry for Jews? And my answer for that is Mike from PA and Hassan Piker? Maybe. I don't know. For Pisco, I very much doubt it. And so labeling him an anti-Semite by destiny is incredibly reckless, stupid, vengeful, and spiteful, in my opinion.
Problems, but it doesn't really threaten them. And
yeah,
and suppose that person works.
Okay, yeah. No, I agree with that. And then that's where I would get to a question of like, okay, then the next thing I would ask is like how much regard for the
but you wouldn't call
the
that
facts of the
person
matter.
anti-Semitic,
Not
right?
inherently, but I would ask like I would move on to ask the question of like how have they come to that conclusion? Like how responsibly have they attained that conclusion?
But that's an epistemic question, and maybe that would bear on their responsibility in informing themselves. But I don't think that you would say that.
Hey, Groovy Harps, long time no see. You said that the more important debate or the more interesting debate is who has profited more from Charlie Kirk's death. I think that's going to be very much Candace Owens. You know, you could say that the TPUSA organization benefited from an extreme amount of sympathy donations from the conservative public. And so financially, I think TPUSA is probably the largest financial profiteer from Charlie Kirk's death. But I also think that they're substantially worse off because they don't seem to have that personality-centric guiding vision of the organization anymore. But I would say that outside of TPUSA itself, it has to be Candace Owens. She has been, oh man, people used to accuse me of milking drama. Oh, Cotter, you're still talking about this? You're just milking this content, blah, 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 blah. Candace Owens has milked this topic dry. It is crazy pants how much like time, money, and attention she's made off of this topic. So, Hans Mayer says, Connor, are you anti-Semitic if you lie about Jews for 2 years straight without updating your priors? Who are we talking about? Because I assume some of these people are stupid as shit. So is Hassan Piker lying or is he stupid? Is Kyle Kalinske lying or is he stupid? Now, if you can show me substantial evidence that Kyle Kalinske is lying or that Hassan Piker is lying, then I'll be like, oh yeah, they're anti-Semites. But if it's just as likely based off of available evidence that they're stupid rather than lying, then I would be reticent to hit them with a label. But, you know, you can tell me more specifically what you're referring to.
That person is anti-Semitic.
Not inherently, no.
Yeah. So, and again, like, I just think that's fine to say. Like, there are a lot of bad and evil positions that aren't anti-Semitic, right? It could be the case that anti-Zionism is fucking evil, right? But it might just not be anti-Semitism.
So I'm trying to think where I want to go with that.
Yeah.
When it comes to talking about the difference between like hating a Christian anti-Zionist and like an Israeli
Christian Zionist,
or a Christian Zionist and a Jewish Zionist who lived in Israel, I think the anti-Semitism comes in one because I think a lot of like anti-Zionism seems to express itself in a very similar way.
AF Racing says, if you're saying Jews are bad because they're Jews, does it matter if you're stupid or lying? Wouldn't that be anti-Semitic? Yeah, of course. But AF Racing, that's not what Kyle Kalinske and Hassan Piker and a substantial amount of leftists are saying. They're not saying I hate Jews because they're Jews. They're saying I hate Zionists because they support the existence of a settler, colonial, Jewish supremacist, white supremacist nation state in the Eastern Mediterranean. So they're not like, you need to fix. So let me try to fix this real quick. If you're saying Zionists are bad because they support a settler colonial Eastern European nation state in the Eastern Mediterranean, in case I didn't say that already. Doesn't matter if you're stupid or lying. Wouldn't you just call them anti-Semitic? No, I wouldn't. I would call them anti-Zionist. And I would call them anti-Zionist, particularly if they were stupid. If they were lying in bad faith, and they were effectively fabricating information in order to malign Zionists more, then I might say they're anti-Semitic, because they're increasing the likelihood that all Jews will suffer the consequences of their lies. So, I'm not ignoring that. AF Racing says, no, many of them are hiding anti-Semitism behind anti-Zionism, and you're ignoring that. I don't think I'm ignoring that at all. I think you just need to come with your evidence. So, for instance, with Kyle Kalinske stating that Jeffrey Epstein 100% has blackmail on Trump, and that we are, we are in Iran and genociding Gaza because of Jewish blackmail, then yeah, I think that's playing into anti-Semitic tropes. And if somebody called him anti-Semitic, I wouldn't give a shit. But if he says, I'm not an anti-Semite because my best friend's Jewish, I'm an anti-Zionist, then I'd just be like, okay, let's just fight about the topic. Right? That's the other thing. The labels are thought terminating. So in my opinion, you're not labeling somebody anti-Semitic because you want to like label them accurately. You're labeling them as an anti-Semite because you want the conversation to stop at, they're a bad person. Let's stop talking about this topic. And it's like, no, we're obviously Israel, Palestine, and the Gazan genocide and Israeli influence in American politics is going to be a topic, whether or not you label these people negative things regardless. Oh, I'll come on with my own evidence. Just you wait. Okay, fair enough. Looking forward to it.
To how anti-Semitism has done for many hundreds of years, and also just because of the fact that it literally is just concerning the lives of like most of the Jews on the planet. Like, I think that's kind of why it's like harder to disconnect.
That's maybe it's harder to like emotionally disconnect, or like it's hard to put that aside when you're thinking about it. I'm sure that it bears on like circumstantial evidence we might have, and I certainly would think that like a responsible person takes into account these facts, these structural facts. But I don't think it changes the notion of what anti-Semitism is. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say that you knew that the only way to save the Jewish people was to totally obliterate Gaza and to genocide Gaza.
Jesus.
Okay? Suppose it.
Yeah.
And wipe them all out. But you could read into the minds of the would-be genocide people. And you know for a certainty that they do not hate these people on the basis of them being Muslim or having any particular ethnic heritage. You certainly would say that these people have genocidal intent. You certainly would say that these people are effectively wiping out a whole group of people. Would you say that they're anti-Muslim? This is like a one
yeah,
of these,
no,
like,
yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got
no,
it.
right?
Yeah.
You wouldn't say that. And,
Okay.
and that might be like, well, how can you say that? They're wiping out? Like, that's just based on the definition of the term, right? It's evil, let's say. Maybe it's evil. Maybe it's like another horrible thing. It's just not anti-Muslim bigotry. Things can be horribly evil, right? There are war crimes that can exist that are worse than...
Ha! AF Racing, your magical thinking didn't work. Doobie says, that's stupid. Is it Russophobic to say people speaking Ukrainian are paid or blackmailed by Russia? Was it Russophobic to say Trump was a Putin puppet? Is it anti-Asian to say Hassan is paid by China? Not if it's true, right? I think the thing that I'm alluding to is that we don't know for a fact that Jeffrey Epstein specifically has blackmail on Donald Trump that is then being leveraged by the state of Israel in order to do it. So, for instance, with like Russophobic, if you're going to say Russia has social media campaigns in, well, I don't have a good example. What's an example of an exaggeration with the Russians? I'm trying to think of like a bigoted exaggeration of like anti-Russian sentiment.
Genocide, right? And people, when I say that, they're like shocked, like, wait, genocide is the crime of all crimes, right? But just because something, the average version of it may be worse than whatever, but it doesn't mean that there are specific instances where the evilness exceeds the average case. And in this context, You know, it would be all those bad things. It would be genocide. It would be wiping out all of Gaza. It would be all, you know, insert all the things. It just wouldn't be anti-Muslim bigotry.
But isn't this why we because then the next thing I would go to is like, it matters why they believe that, surely. But in this hypothetical you've constructed, it is the case, and they know it's the case. They have no good reason to think otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's why.
Well,
that's why.
I mean,
but coming back to the epistemic thing, I don't think it's separate, because like when if we're talking about why people have bigoted opinions, or why people even just have wrong opinions, this came up when I was talking to Rob Noor, a good friend. We were talking about whether or not Trump is anti-democracy, because in Rob Noor's world, Trump genuinely thinks he won in 2020. Therefore, he's not anti-democracy. He's just got fucking, if at best, he's got wrong opinions about an election. But he's
Wait,
in his
let's
heart
deal
of
with
hearts.
that. I mean,
But then I would say,
yeah, like,
you know what I'd
well,
say?
let's imagine that the
I'd say,
election were actually stolen.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah,
It'd be
yeah.
like a process argument of some kind.
Yeah, it would be, has he pursued that opinion with
But now
regard to the
let's say the
truth?
process is rigged.
Yeah.
Now let's say you have a genuine opinion that the process was rigged.
He has a genuine opinion that the process was rigged, but again, like, where's that genuine opinion come from? Like, that does matter.
Suppose it is, again, that's epistemics, but like, let's just assume, right, for the sake of simplifying what we mean here, take like Maidan, right? This is not hard for us to imagine. If there's a government that like genuinely steals an election and there are no processes, right? Think about Maduro's elections in Venezuela, right? We would think very differently. Would we call people that are doing an uprising against Maduro anti-democracy? No, right?
No, but then when I come to that's why when I come to Trump, I would argue that if Trump is being told by, let's say, Bill Barr told Trump that actually, yeah, it was stolen, we're going to set this investigation off, then and Trump believes that and goes with that, I don't think that makes him anti-democracy. But Trump gets told by Bill Barr that he's full of shit, and then Trump just goes and hires a different lawyer, a private lawyer. Then I'm like, okay, then yes, then you are actually
necessary for the case. It's really necessary for the case against Trump. In a lot of respects, not all of the cases against Trump, but some of the major ones, that he's lying, that he's not honest, that he knows he lost, and it's in the.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I am literally, I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't know how the fuck this happened. I really don't. To be clear, I don't think I ever said that I expected to be able to go full drama and perpetuate my career off of drama. I don't think I ever said that. I said that Patriarch and Christian Valeris and whoever the fuck else was telling me, oh, drama's not good for the channel, drama's not good for the channel, literally while there were like 1,000 live viewers in my chat, and I made $500 in like 2 hours. Okay. And then we did, what did we do? We did Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Steven wanted to fight me on, Friday and Saturday. Then we didn't talk about it until Thursday. Thursday, I felt like I needed to put my side of the story out there, or else I was complicit in Steven being a fuckhead. And then we ignored it for 2 weeks. I literally did not talk about the drama on purpose as an attempt to fucking olive branch to the people who didn't like the drama. So how the fuck is this motherfucker out here saying, oh, Connor was capitalizing on the drama. Connor was capitalizing on the drama. I literally didn't capitalize on the drama as an olive branch to him. That's fucked up. That is like, this is, in my opinion, this is actually fucked up. Either he has like a wildly distorted view of reality, or he's actually fucking lying, which is like, that's sad to me. That is so sad to me. That is legitimately sad to me. That makes me sad. All right, whatever. Somebody said it's on. Is it on? Okay, here we go. All right. Anyways, let me read a couple of super chats, and then let's get into the debate. We also don't know for a fact China is paying Hassan. Epstein was obviously working with intelligence groups. He was obviously connected to the Israeli government, applied the standard consistently. Yeah, sure. Whatever. But if somebody wants to accuse me of being xenophobic, I don't give a fuck. Doobie says, anyone says the financial and audience benefits are on the anti-Destiny side is either an idiot or a liar. His community keeps all of his shameless orbiter puppets afloat. True. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. I know we should probably get into the content, but this is legitimately either a fucking lie or delusional. It's literally a lie or it's delusional. This is actually extremely upsetting to me. Extremely upsetting. Wow. What a cunt. That is upsetting. All right. Anyways.
On something, we got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability.
Diminished Dark says, I support your content as long as your camera is working and your handsome face is visible, drama or no drama, but Geopol has been nice as well. Well, thank you, Diminished Dark Nut. I'm sorry I'm not a gay man. Maybe in a different life. My apologies.
Ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to the cast, 9% on the Andrew, and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, this is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence. They seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate. And so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. And 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence.
Listen, I know this is unrelated or whatever. Regardless of where Christian Valeris came from, I just scrolled on this. If you look at his replies over the past 6 months, it's criticizing me. It's criticizing me, and it's sweeping for Destiny in North. So, you know, at this point, this whole thing, this right here, like I fuck you, you know. And on top of that, now I regret not capitalizing off the drama. If I knew that basically they were going to get fucking ass mad and leave anyways, even after I tried to appease them for fucking weeks and months, and this is the way that they were going to characterize me, I should have just fucking capitalized off of the drama. Fuck these people, seriously.
Evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing.
Can I say not having a preamble is alarming to me already? Maybe if you're trying to line up an evidence-based case for why you think what the state is doing is bullshit, maybe you should have an outlined preamble. Maybe.
the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, I mean, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think that I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that.
Dude, that should be like 90 to 95%. That should be 90 to 95%. For those of you who don't know, Ryan Mullally has gone over this. They have videotapes of him going to the site 3 times. They have his DNA on the gun. They have the bullets. And they have half a dozen testimonies about confessions. So hold on, AF Racing. I'm making a paint for you, King.
That maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance.
Okay, this is dumb as shit because of Ryan Mulally. But anyways, I'll just show you guys this shit real quick. So, AF Racing said, Connor is just going to say that Christian Valeris is sweeping for Destiny or whatever without presenting any evidence, and he's just going to present that without doing it. AF Racing, are you going to admit that you're wrong right now? We got, I left Connor because he became a belligerent retard and hypocrite. He burned the bridge, released private info that had nothing to do with the drama. I've already explained why I released that information. Over Destiny not wanting to associate with him. He was happy to rehabilitate Vosh after his lolly leak. I don't think I ever rehabbed Vosh. I said that I wasn't going to cover it specifically because I was working with PV and Vosh was working with PV. I didn't say, oh yeah, Vosh jacking off to teenage cartoon kids is cool. That never happened. Then, you stupid motherfucker, she legit asked for an example. This is sweeping for Destiny talking shit. There's one 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 sweeping for Destiny talking shit. And these are like 70% of his replies. So if I'm taking a look at his actions, and 2 of them are shit talking me, and the remainder are basically defending Destiny's honor, then yes, I think it's reasonable for me to say that that happened. Okay? Yeah.
Why
So at least not a 30-06.
definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
Because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence that
so
we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That.
All right. Just to interrupt a little bit, do a little bit of transformative commentary. Aggressively relaxing says, we don't have a dog in this fight, right? Not really. Not really. I would say I'm more sympathetic to Andrew Wilson's standpoint, but obviously I think Andrew Wilson is, let's just say he can be quite abrasive. But what he just brought up is, basically perfectly reasonable. A soft tip round is used for hunting because you want a smaller round that effectively transfers its energy to the target. You don't want a full metal jacket that goes straight through and through, and that's what everybody is acting like every 30-06 round has always done for all of history, which is fucking silly, right? A soft tip round is designed to transfer as much energy to the target as possible, so you can have enough fucking energy, tissue disruption, whatever, so you can disrupt the vital organ and kill the target. So, this being a commonly used hunting round, 158 grains, by the way, in 30 caliber, that's 1/3 of an inch. You understand that, right? Caliber is measured in inches. So, we could go watch Charlie Kirk getting hit, but the wound is probably substantially bigger than 1/3 of an inch, but it not crazy bigger than 1/3 of an inch, because that's the tissue that got hit, but then the energy transfer is what disrupts the tissue. So Candace acting like she has any kind of basis whatsoever talking about ballistics is fucking silly pants. So, anyways. AF, you refuse to read my actual words every time. It's so weird. Anyways, thanks for showing what you were referring to. I'll look at it. Thumbs up, AF Racing. I'll try to read all of your exact words every single time.
Gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene. Right. That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Jonah Boy says, what if there was no bullet and his neck just did that? I'll throw that into the possibilities.
Many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
well,
I want you to respond to 2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be...
If you have a dirty gun, there's going to be gunpowder residue and fouling inside the barrel. Not just that, if he's running around with his bitch in the woods, wrapping it up in a towel and throwing it underneath a tree, then you could get dirt, dust, whatever into the barrel. So that's not convincing at all. Then, what would be the other thing? Let's think about the DNA. I think the last time we talked about the DNA, I was saying that if there was degradation across all the DNA samples, if Tyler Robinson's DNA was the most present, it would obviously also be the most degraded, but I want to make sure that I'm not just talking out of my ass. Let's see if Andrew's done a little bit more research than me.
Debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave...
You guys are saying we need some visual aids? I'm on it.
The testimony... No, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory with fingerprints?
So your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say, I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twigg. So those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twig's
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy,
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of.
Okay. I see people fighting about side drama. Can we split the difference? And can we just say that Christian Valeris and I fought? I thought we had a pretty positive relationship, a majority of our relationship. Maybe I'm hallucinating things. Maybe there were times where I got frustrated. And I do think that there were times that, like, he said some wild shit. I got pissed off. I yelled at him. I banned him, unbanned him, whatever. But I always felt like that was towards the Destiny drama. Then I felt like we fought after the drama, and I was trying to retain him as a community member. But if you look at his Twitter, it looks like regardless of whether or not he emanated from such an atom, regardless of whether or not he came from some other community, he was a cogger for a long time. There was some cross-pollination with Destiny. He prefers North and Destiny over me at this point. I think that's just true. So regardless of where he emanated from, we were boys for a while. We got into a pissing contest. The straw broke the camel's back around the Destiny drama. Now he prefers North and Destiny over me. It is what it is. Okay?
The Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them, know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay. So it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
I'll wait patiently till we get to
so
the patsy
that could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem
with the fingerprints too being degraded, when you get a fingerprint, it's not always a perfect, like, thumbprint, fingerprint, whatever, right? People smear. So when you're grabbing something and you're sweaty and all that kind of shit, and you're basically grabbing an object, you don't have a perfect, permanent, oily stain of your fingers on the object. if somebody grabs it, wipes it down with a rag, if you throw it up against stuff, when you're removing your hand, you drag your hand across the surface of it, it's going to degrade the print. There's partials. So if we're talking about the degradation of the prints, I would say that has nothing to do with anything. Matt Robinson, his father having a random print on there, I don't give a shit. Lance Twiggs having a print on there, I don't give a shit. They're all in physical proximity of the weapon. And then fucking his print being degraded, quote unquote, it could be because it was a partial. So if it was a partial, that doesn't mean anything to me. I thought we were talking about DNA. And what I was saying about DNA is that if you have the most amount of sample, like let's say that somebody has DNA on there because Lance Twiggs breathed on the gun or something, touched the gun. Well, if they only touched the gun once, and then they only have that sample to be degraded, then they only have so much to be degraded. If Tyler Robinson handled the gun all the time, then out of all the DNA that he put on the weapon, his DNA could be the most degraded, and that's not explanatory of anything. So that's where honing in on these little facts about forensics feels very silly to me.
That you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to.
That's not even true. There was plenty of evidence that, oh my God, I hate this woman with every single fiber of my fucking being.
Present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing.
Okay, and not just that. This annihilates the steel spine narrative. Some fucking random doctor, random whatever, saying he had a steel spine. His spine was obliterated according to the medical report. His cervical tissue was gone. Not only did the bullet strike his carotid, causing the massive fucking bleeding, but also it obliterated the cervical neck. So not only was Charlie's blood system severed in such a way that it was going to cause catastrophic bleeding, his neck was broken with several bones being pulverized. So, whoever fucking said Charlie Kirk had a steel neck is full of shit. All right?
Disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
but
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no
I mean,
dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then. They would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince,
now.
which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
making stuff up. So here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
Well, I
I'm
have
saying
Rule 1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up. Let's pull that up.
1102.
I am doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did.
Okay.
I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get.
Sorry, I need some distractions every now and then. Short says 306, huh? If you add 3 and 6 together and then -1 for the 0, you get 8. You know what else has 8? The number of nights in Hanukkah. I'm just noticing. Based. Oh, man, this is brutal. It is brutal. So just to articulate this, because I'm assuming that you guys are noticing that Candace Owens has 80 IQ and falls apart like wet tissue paper if you fucking poke a hole in anything that she's saying. Andrew Wilson did not say that you cannot infer things based off of evidence. What he said is that you are inferring Patsy off of degraded DNA and fingerprints. There are some missing variables in your analysis. Who did the secondary autopsy? I don't even know who did the primary. I don't even know if that's the primary or the secondary. I don't even know who said Charlie Kirk had a magical adamantium spine. Who said that? I just remember that being repeated in the first 2 weeks of his death. But I don't know who the fuck said it. We could Google it real quick.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like...
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew, can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
it
point
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the four?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
if
it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he pleads.
Candace Owens has a point there. All I heard was Andrew Wilson say, hey, you're saying that the DNA evidence and the fingerprints are degraded on this rifle. How do you get to Tyler Robinson is a patsy? What are your additional logical steps? And then Candace Owens throw word salad at him until he had, and then also say, you're saying I can't infer based off of evidence incorrectly for like a dozenth time she said that. And then Andrew Wilson said, no, I'm not saying that you can't infer based off of evidence. I'm saying that you are missing logical steps to concluding that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So I don't think that we have concurrence on Candace Owens being coherent. What I've heard is word salad.
Where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it
I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's cool to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I just said
this.
you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry. I
that,
actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't- I
may
feel-
have
I
it, if
think
you
And
that's
by the
have it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
Sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would
Because his car was there 3 times, you dumb bitch. Sorry for interrupting, but like, car came once in order to scope out the college. Car comes back, he's inside the car, he's walking with a limp. It's his car, it's his license plate. He walks up to the fucking building. He gets on top of the building. He takes the shot. He jumps off the side of the building. He runs away to the woods where the rifle is later found. And then he comes back a 3rd time in order to recover the rifle, but the rifle had already been recovered by law enforcement. I hate this woman with every fiber of my being. Fashion 40 says, for the goal for $5. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. 1 second. Let's take a look. Let me thank the people who have donated today. Real quick. Actually, I'll start another goal because that goal ended. But you would have pushed us over the goal. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. And let me thank the people who have donated. Holy Fazoli, I hate this woman. All right. Fashion 40, Rifleman, True Zealot, Rifleman, Doobie, Old School, Send Patriarch. Who is this? Sorry, 1 second. I just want to thank the people who actually support me financially on a daily basis with viewership. Diminished Darknut, Doobie, Anonymous, Officer Nasty, Old School, Sapient Green. Thank you, kings and queens, for your financial support and your viewership. Let's continue with the content momentarily.
Not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said.
Thank you, Fashion 40, for the start of the new goal. Another 5. Thank you, King. I appreciate you. Thank you. You know what? I need to thank Fashion 40, okay? Specifically. I don't know his exact politics. I don't know if he's DGG or liberal or whatever. I think he's not as a fan of the drama content or whatever. I appreciate you coming back for the content and ignoring whatever you think is cringe about me personally. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not everybody is as strong intestinally as you.
What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
No, so the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming.
Yeah, you said the overwhelming amount of the preliminary hearing was hearsay, and therefore it wasn't going to be allowed at trial. That's what she said.
Majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's a
Okay.
fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes. There's
preliminary
gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?"
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So
But
it doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also like that's just
But
crazy.
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct,
yeah.
right? What
And
did
the-
you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So,
characters anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
okay, this is something you.
One second. Got another breakdown. I actually think Andrew is on his best behavior, which is impressive. Diminished Darknut for 10 says, I worry for mental health. I hope Andrew shows her decency and doesn't break her uwu. He actually, in my mind, he could be going a lot harder. He might get reeled in by Patrick Bet David, cognizant of the clout dynamics. But in my opinion, he could be going a lot harder than he is right now. And basically saying like, no, that's horseshit. Fuck you. Right? And so... yeah, I think Andrew's on his best behavior. So
You find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay.
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called
function and luxury. We had the choice to make it fast. We chose luxury.
Read through that you were prepared to
Totally valid.
Just click that subscribe. Helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence, but don't.
Pellrunner, if you keep saying drama slot panel show, you know I have Saturday off, right? I don't have the kids this weekend. So I could literally do a DGG call-in show, bring up all the evidence, both my direct messages, the video from whoever, what's her face, Brit, the totality of the information, and I could invite Alishness, Christian Valeris, anyone who has any beef with what I did onto the show, and we could just do that on Saturday night. Why not? So when you say drama slop panel show, that's what I'm hearing when you're saying that. So be careful what you wish for.
Worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
Player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition.
Nameless henchman, don't you call me a fascist every day? If somebody calls me a fascist every day, and I'm effectively like a center-right Republican, I'm going to assume they're a leftist.
Intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the parents,
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
dock?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement.
You're not compelled to write a sworn written statement. This is very annoying, okay? So you have the right to decline to write a sworn written statement and ask for counsel. Matter of fact, I think the only incriminating thing that you can do without counsel is like DUI breathalyzer shit. You can either blow or not blow without the consent of counsel, and that can be used against you in a criminal proceeding, because driving is considered a privilege, not a right. And as a part of said privilege, you actually sign on as a part of your driver's license that you will consent to a sobriety exam at any point. And so if you violate that, then at that point, you're basically assumed to be guilty. So the parents not wanting to write a sworn written statement that would in turn incriminate their son is not surprising to me in the slightest.
Which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it.
to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And speak.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I
up for,
thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible, that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source,
I'm not,
it seems like
Hold on, this is crazy pants. And this is where I feel like the space is being infected a little bit. I'm sorry I'm not paying attention necessarily to it, but I feel like Andrew is smarter than Candace. Candace is excellent at spraying the entire room with black ink, similar to a squid. Okay, that, in my opinion, that's what she's been doing the entire time. Unfortunately, she's capable of blowing black ink across the entire room like a squid, effectively and confidently. But pretending for a heartbeat that Pisco, the progressive liberal, wakes up and he goes, those gosh darn Jews, is so divorced from any experience that I've ever had with Pisco, it feels firmly divorced from reality. You don't like how I said black so hard? Why does the ink have to be black, though? I'm not sure how, but I'm pretty sure that's racist. Okay. You guys are missing the forest for the trees, much like our autistic friend Pisco. Anyways,
to violating it with them?
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together.
Do you guys care if I go to up to 1.10? Do we have 60 sufficiently autistic people that we can go up to 1.10 to see if there's any information that we can salvage from this train wreck?
Context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there,
so they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
evidence. I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no.
Doobie says, you can tell Pisco is a Nazi because he doesn't behave like one. His mask is on so tight that his hatred is just deep, 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 deep under there, waiting for the moment that the air is filled with Erica and the sound of marching boots. Bruh. And Beef Supreme asked, what does this have to do with Pisco? What we're watching right now does not have to do with Pisco. Just the past 24 hours, 72 hours or whatever, DGG/Destiny has accused Pisco of being an anti-Semite and functionally being a Nazi because he sweeps for leftists who themselves are anti-Semitic, but then we get into debates about the terms anti-Zionist versus anti-Semitic, and then it just kind of goes from there. The reason why I'm entertaining that as a topic, despite us supposedly watching this content, is because what's going on is Candace Owens doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's a random midwit black woman propped up by the conservative commentariat in order to be their token, in order to espouse their talking points. But she was a monster, and she got loose of her shackles. And so as a result, all she did is she started following whatever was popular on the internet. And so she just started saying schizo shit for attention, including Brigitte Macron is a dude, something that she's being sued for, something that she could back out of court case-wise and just admit, I lied, I made that up, no evidence, but she doesn't want to do that. So that court case is ongoing. And then also, she's been, I think, correctly maligned for insinuating that Erica Kirk, the TPUSA organization, and the Israeli intelligence service and the American military were all in cahoots to blow up Charlie Kirk's neck with a lavalier mic instead of a random schizo leftist with a trans boyfriend / girlfriend shooting him in the neck. Okay? And there is, I wish that Andrew Wilson, rather than walking down each evidentiary point with her, had said, hey, gun, his fingerprints and DNA on the gun. Gun is present at the scene. It was found in the woods nearby. We have security camera of somebody looking like Charlie Robinson walking up to the scene. We have, whatever that guy's name is, Charlie Wilson. But I said Charlie Wilson. Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson walking up to the scene. His boyfriend says it looks like him. His car goes to the scene 3 times. One before the shooting, once during the shooting, once in order to recover the firearm. We have text messages and Discord messages that align with this. We have confessions in Discord. We have confessions in text message. We have confessions effectively in a written note. And so as a result of this overwhelming evidence, it is Tyler Robinson. And if you don't believe that, you're a fucking dipshit. Okay? So, I swear to God, Doobie is just saying that to piss me off. Macron's wife is 100% a dude. I'm just going to kill myself. All right, anyways. So the point is, rather than doing that, we're letting Miss Owens just shotgun blast stupid holes in evidence that do not prove that Tyler Robinson is a patsy, and then Andrew Wilson has to play whack-a-mole with Candace Owens' schizophrenia. Now, as much as this is the debate of the day, as much as this is like what is happening right now, and people will probably be talking it for the last week, or the next week, excuse me, I am 100% with Jen Winkler, where she is surprised that they have been able to take such a compelling topic and make it so dry. It might be Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson over whether or not Charlie Kirk might be prime rib content, but they have scorched it. They have burnt it black. And so we are looking for the little pieces of juicy meat and fat that are not scorched black in this content. I know I hit the black pretty hard. Jen Winkler says circumstantial versus direct evidence is just like DNA fingerprints. Circumstantial versus eyewitness direct. Hearsay is just out-of-court statements. They can be offered if not for the purposes of proving the matter. True. And so Candace Owens, once again, does not understand what the fuck she's talking about. Big shock. Connor can't prove she's not a dude, though. Convenient. True. I cannot. Jen Winkler says, asserted or a present sense impression or statement of party opponent, there are lots of exceptions. Sure. But I would state, in my case, that I think there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a dude who was dating a trans girl, and that he was pissed that Charlie Kirk is a fascist who hates trans people. So he got a Dremel and he carved some meme sayings into the sides of bullets. He went to UVU. He scouted it out. He went again with the rifle. He walked with it down his pants leg. He was caught on CCTV doing so. He jumped onto the roof. He shot Charlie Kirk in the neck. After shooting Charlie Kirk in the neck, he jumped down from the building. He ran into the woods nearby. He ditched the gun. And then he came back later for the gun after he had ditched the gun. So that's what I think happened. I think there's like a 99% chance that that's what happened. Probably 99.9. Doobie says, when I look at any woman I'm not related to, my timbers are shivered, even if only slightly. When I look at Macron's wife, my timbers sleep. Coincidence? Well, real quick, just because we're still covering this shit, but the prime rib is fucking scorched. Brigitte Macron. I think it's just because she has too much plastic surgery and she looks like if you tapped her, her bones would explode. That's what I find weird about her, is that she looks like she has the bone density of a bird. That's what rubs me wrong about her. Brigitte Macron Young. But, here's the conspiracy theory that here's a picture of Brigitte Macron with her ex-husband, and here's Emmanuel Macron when he's 13 or 14. Oh, 15, excuse me. And Brigitte was 40. Wow. Talk about an age gap. 25 years. That is brutal. All right. Anyways, my timbers, similar to Doobie, my timbers are not shivered, but I think my timbers are not shimmered for different reasons, okay? Sheesh.
No possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position.
This is actually quite funny that she's like, I'm just asking questions. No. And somebody who's actually watched Candace schizoing out, please correct me if I get this wrong. She has insinuated through her coverage that Erica Kirk was recruited by Jean-Luc Brunel in order to manage underage prostitutes in the Epstein affair when she was a young model herself, that she was recruited into the Zionist psychological operation to marry Charlie Kirk, that it was her job to make sure that Charlie Kirk remained a staunch Zionist, and then once Charlie Kirk was having beefs with some of his Jewish donors, because he was starting to waffle on the topic of the Gazan quote-unquote genocide, it was time for him to die. And so as a result, Erica Kirk, in cahoots with Israeli Mossad and the U.S. military. The U.S. military showed up in red shirts in order to watch the assassination, okay? And the red shirt is symbolic of them being special forces from an airborne brigade. Then, Israeli Mossad, using Egyptian diplomatic planes that were following around the Kirks across the country, they got a TPUSA member in order to hook up a lavalier mic that was actually an explosive. And then in front of hundreds of people, they blew up the lav mic that then shot into his neck, killing Charlie Kirk. Okay? Now, Tyler Robinson, despite confessing on it via text message, via Discord messages, via handwritten note, having a gun that clearly could be used to kill Charlie Kirk, stashing the gun in a nearby forest, driving to UVU 3 times, having his girlfriend state, I'm saying girlfriend, but the trans girlfriend state that he confessed to it, despite being turned in by his parents, et cetera, he's just a patsy. He's just been framed by dozens or hundreds of members of the state, American Special Forces operatives, Mossad intelligence operatives, Erica Kirk, and TPUSA insiders. He's just been framed as a fall guy for the murder. Okay? Fuck you, Nameless Henchman. Nameless Henchman says, Connor should know this. Connor should know this, but it's descriptive versus prescriptive. She's just being descriptive. Okay.
It's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this
lecture
is what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is-
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at
funny.
the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false. And
That
I'll
is not
explain, I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that,
Let's go. That's what I've been looking for. Holy shit. Because she has inferred in public that the lav mic was an explosive device that killed Charlie. She has inferred in public that Mossad was using Egyptian diplomatic planes in order to stalk the Kirks. She has inferred that Erica Kirk herself was recruited into the Epstein cabal. She has inferred that Tyler Robinson is just a patsy. I would infinitely prefer this conversation if Andrew Wilson stated, I actually have notes right here on this date at this time. You stated that you believe that Israeli intelligence was flying on Egyptian planes. On this date at this time, you implied that Erica Kirk was a member of Jean-Luc Brunel's grooming fucking gang. On this date at this time, you stated that it was you believe that it was Israel who had killed Charlie Kirk. On this date at this time, you basically confirmed to your audience that you believe that it was an exploding lavalier mic. That's what I want. That's what I want. Oh my God.
your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no,
point
yeah,
here.
there's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into the evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
no,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your.
And you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea if I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly.
Jen Winkler says, why is Miradol in Pisco's chat and the other two are over here? Number one, because Officer Nasty likes me better than Pisco. I think he said that I'm his favorite streamer. Number two, Doobie probably likes Pisco more, but I'm more friendly to Doobie. Number three, Miradol actually does kind of jump around. She only jumps in every now and then. So, yeah, I don't think... but the nefarious answer is that she is psyoping. She is psyoping Pisco while Nasty and Doobie are over here psyoping me. You know, they're spreading out their tendrils.
You want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you
Okay.
to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody.
Can I fast forward a second? Because I'm actually excited to try to get into him positing what she has said in the past.
Which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's
theory. Totally happy to do that, but I just want to say that first that the
What
question. So I actually saying is true. State was putting of evidence that could. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus that the alleged body.
Sorry.
Evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet, that should be an evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene, did it? Person described the region. Okay,
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense.
Right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay,
just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here. That from
Without
you,
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy? the
Of
government
course,
was
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice.
I don't care.
spending 2 years.
Oh, I don't care. Oh, man. Should have just fast forwarded to the commercial.
Shauna here.
Full-fledged events.
Oh, my God. I don't care about the commercials. Come on, buddy. Let's move into the affirmative claims of what she has said. Oh, shit. Are they not even back yet? Oh my God, they might not even be back yet.
Excuse me.
I'm not supposed to.
here we
I
go.
just want to ask you some questions.
All right,
you
we're
literally
caught up.
said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having a
but
meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask.
I'm gonna put that up to Fell Runner. So somebody said, are the Saturday mud wrestling plans firm? I'm just gonna be real, and you guys can get this back to Christian Valeris or Grassroots or whoever's not here, who might be concerned or whatever. Okay, I feel like what Christian Valeris just said on Twitter was that I engaged in an intentional attempt to capitalize on my bridge burn with Destiny in order to maximize viewership and capitalize off of the snarkers. That's what he said on Twitter, which is fucking horse shit. Okay? It's absolute dog shit. Because what happened was on Friday, I thought Destiny did something fucking cringe and gay and lame, and I told him that. Then I found out he did something cringe, gay, and lame on Saturday. And then on Sunday, I found out something even worse that destroyed my perception of Steven. And then I talked about it on Thursday, but the entirety of that week and the other week and the week that was following, I purposefully did not cover the drama content that was available, despite the fact that it would have been easy metrics and easy money because of people like Christian Valeris, because of Jen Winkler, because of Patriarch, because of Grassroots Hegemon. They said, don't get in the mud. They said, don't throw the fight. It's not a fight you can win. They said, oh yeah, it's easy money, but these people don't care about the long-term health of the channel, so don't do it. And now, to have it months later, not only have a substantial amount of these people left the channel, but then on top of that, they're accusing me of the thing that I specifically did not do for their benefit. You're goddamn right. The fucking gloves are off. Okay? The gloves are fucking off. And if you don't like it, fuck you. Leave the channel. That's it. I don't want to hear, like, I was thinking about this earlier today because somebody said, like, I don't want to watch Andrew Wilson. I'm gone. I don't want to see that comment anymore. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Watch the content or don't. Okay? You know how I'll know whether or not you're watching the content? Because you'll be in chat. You know how I'll know that you don't like the content? It's because you won't be in chat. That's how I want to know whether or not I'm doing a good job as a streamer. Okay? So at this point, Steven has continued to act poorly. He acted super shitty in the fucking 2 to 3 weeks afterwards. What, he fucking called CPS, called my job, emailed my fucking boss, shit talked me, called me a fucking pedophile, all that bullshit? Fuck him. Okay? I held my tongue not for my benefit, but for your benefit. Okay? So, if I'm going to be punished either way, fuck it. Right? So on Saturday, how about I line up all the evidence that the DGGers say is not evidence? North is invited. Christian Valeris is invited. Jen Winkler is invited. Not that I think that she hates me necessarily. I'm just saying, you're invited. Everyone's fucking invited. The entire DGG sphere is fucking invited. And on Saturday, you can come to my fucking face and say, there's no evidence. And then I can say, what about this? 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 There we go. So why not?
Ask questions,
And
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
McCrum's
you.
defense team. Already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that
With
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just telling
yes or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. And then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe.
Interesting. AF Racing says, serious meta question for a streamer. Would you rather be aware that a regular turned out for a little bit by saying not my content back later, or just not that at all? I ask because I hear different responses from different streamers when people say that. So I think it does depend on the attitude, and I think it truly does depend on the attitude of the viewer. So for instance, like if it was Christian Valeris back in the day when we were friends or whatever, or Grassroots, you know, at any point, or Jen or something like that, I feel like they're friendly enough that I know that it's not personal. They're just saying like, hey, bro, this ain't for me. I'm out. I'll see you later. And realistically, they will be back later. They'll literally be back 2 or 3 hours later, you know? With other people, though, there is this like smug, shitty thing of like, ew, you're covering this? I wouldn't be caught with a 40-foot pole touching Andrew Wilson content. And it's like you're fucking above it. But you're literally leaving this content to go watch equally shitty, stupid content. So I guess my question is like, is it because they're an earnest fan and they're just saying, hey, I'm a dip out, I'll be back later? Or is it because they're fucking smug douchebags who want us to know that they're above what we're covering, despite the fact that they're literally leaving this channel to go watch slop on another channel? You know? I think it truly depends.
That he was, you know, so into LGBTQ issues. Since Lance testified, they never spoke about.
See, nameless henchman. Ew. Meta conversations about streaming. I'm out. See, I think nameless henchman is a smug bitch. He's also probably being sarcastic, but he is a smug bitch. So if he's like, ew, I don't want to watch this. Like, I know they're gonna go watch something fucking else. You know, that's gonna be equally stupid.
About LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because you know,
Yeah,
it's
but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened, but it is definitive.
So just to be clear, answering Andrew Wilson's question, do you have any positive evidence, meaning not just inferences based off of statements or negative evidence like I'm deducing it from this or that? Do you have anything that substantiates the fact that Israel was involved with the assassination of Charlie Kirk? Now, if we put Candace's body of work up, I think she would have stated, oh, there were Egyptian diplomatic planes that seemed to pattern behind the Kirks. And because Egypt and Israel, while they might be rivals or arguably even enemies, the Americans pay both of them to play nice. So I think that between 12 Israeli cell phones and Egyptian diplomatic planes shadowing the Kirks, that actually the Egyptians in cahoots with Israeli Mossad were around the time they were some kind of functional part of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. She's insinuated that for sure.
I think a thread that a lot of us would like
Do you
to see
say there's
pulled.
no positive evidence?
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't
positive
need to, I
evidence
can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Because you said that Erica Kirk was a model participating in Jean-Luc Brunel's modeling agency, Jean-Luc Brunel being a now dead friend of Jeffrey Epstein being a spy, a fixer for the intelligence community in reference to international arms trades. And so what people reasonably inferred based off of your statement is that you believed that there was an intelligence connection to Erica Kirk, and that Erica Kirk was a minder who basically monitored Charlie Kirk's behavior. So, yeah, you implied that like a motherfucker, Candace. It's actually, this is kind of embarrassing, and I have a feeling this is going to keep happening. She's going to say, I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. And she's just going to back up off of inference. She's going to say, oh, well, you inferred that, but I didn't necessarily imply that.
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is why
and play
people
it,
think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
now have-
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I would.
Wait, is she not literally flip-flopping live on... Did I miss it? Did she just not flip-flop from saying I never said that to I am fully confident that Israel is involved? Did this literally... Oh my God. Chat, did I just hallucinate that? Please tell me, because I don't want to rewind. This has been a slop fest. But please tell me that did she not just flip-flop in real time?
I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay.
right?
Liz, can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I,
Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah,
Candace
but like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
gonna tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full
Folded. Absolutely fucking folded. Didn't even try. Didn't even try to defend it. Folded. Thank God. You know what? Thank God for Andrew Wilson, okay? I get it. He chain smokes. He's vulgar. He hates trans people. He dunks on women. But if he had not been a red pill, Christian nationalist, ortho bro, debate bro messiah, he would have never gotten onto this program and folded Candace Owens in 30 fucking seconds. Scene for Candace. Holy shit.
confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed
pertinent
to think
to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well, And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the
Yeah,
middle.
I got an email. I got an email from a random person saying that the French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day, which I turned into the FBI. That's how I know that France was involved. And then, because Bibi Netanyahu made some weird statement about how Charlie Kirk was always a friend to Israel, and on top of that, Charlie Kirk was waffling on the topic of Israel, that's how I can say in full confidence that Israel and France were involved. And then, boom, he's like, what evidence, what fucking evidence besides inference do you have to support this? And she's like, I got nothing. I'm just going to get mad that you pointed out that I have absolutely nothing. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful.
Now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to
so it's
doubt
not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if
I'm not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very
can't say,
defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty... I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
but I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you.
higher up tell you that he was
to
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
Yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never did.
I think those are two different things. That's more something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, Great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie?
Who?
No, her relationship. Like this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Well, then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information, more of the information? Because it was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has got nothing to do with the debate.
Name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No, I'm asking, did you send
especially
them the source
because
of the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one question.
The executive office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following. If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were
got
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
So I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me ask one question.
But
Let
what
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it.
Let me just ask one question and then
I don't know, guys. Let's take some bets. I bet $20. Wait, I bet $20 that it was a random schizophrenic and not a high-ranking member of the French government. I'll bet $20. Let's go.
I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when
Demon King Drago says, "What's up, my coggers? What's the brain rot today?" Well, unfortunately, we had to sit through like about an hour, realistically, of Andrew Wilson and like trying to establish the evidence of the court case and Candace Owens trying to poke holes in it haphazardly in order to get to this point. But what's going on now is Andrew Wilson, I think, is successfully pressing Candace Owens on the fact that she has flimsy to no evidence. And they've only gotten onto one topic so far, which is effectively whether or not the French Foreign Legion was involved or Israel was involved in the shooting. And he's like, so basically you have no fucking evidence. And she's like, well, I have sources and I have emails. Okay.
And I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I Like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you...
My audience trusts me is what she just said. I can't believe, like truly it is an indictment on the human species that this woman is popular. It is actually an indictment of the human species. All she said, she hasn't said anything for the past 5 minutes besides, I showed some evidence that was sent to me via email. Therefore, my audience trusts me. Therefore, you should trust me. She is actually dumb as fuck. And her success as a media pundit should be studied for generations.
You would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay.
why I said
So
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
I'm ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there.
I
think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that.
Demon King Drago says the reason why the story even got traction in the first place was because the FBI director lied and misrepresented about the investigation, and the alt-right is full of conspiracy brain nut jobs. So, but I don't even know what you necessarily know the FBI or believe the FBI lied or misrepresented. But do you guys remember the Boston Marathon bombing? Because what happened in the Boston Marathon bombing was Twitter and Reddit sleuths went ham on the Boston Marathon bombing, reviewing, and I think maybe at some point the government might have even said there are too many pictures and too many videos for us to review, so if members of the public could review them, that would be great. And, you know, send us your leads and your tips and all that kind of stuff. Well, what that ended up doing was a bunch of Reddit sleuths. I think some of them did find the bombers, but then they also they assigned it to people who were completely unrelated to the case. There was like a random autistic Muslim guy that drowned and was reported a missing person for like 2 or 3 weeks. And the Redditors are like, we know it's him. He's the bomber, blah, 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 blah. And actually I think some like news people and especially alt media people picked it up as a story that this guy's the bomber because he looks like this guy that was caught in the footage, and this is where the bomb went off, and he's been missing for 3 days, so we think it's this guy. But the guy actually just ended up being like a random autistic guy that drowned. So hold on. I don't think it's necessarily relevant, so I'll play the content, but Boston bomber misidentified by Reddit. In April 2013, amateur sleuths on Reddit wrongly identified missing college student Sunil Tripathi as a Boston Marathon bombing suspect. This false accusation triggered severe online harassment against his family, forced the FBI to prematurely release official photos, and led to a formal apology from Reddit for fueling a dangerous digital hunt. Okay, so I got this wrong, but the thrust of it, apparently he's not autistic and he didn't drown. For some reason I thought about that. But they did misidentify somebody. And so when Candace Owens is saying, oh, I got a picture from inside the courthouse before it was released to the public, therefore all my sources are correct, I just think back to the misidentification of the Boston bomber.
One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Oh, yeah. What happened to the pipe bomber? Didn't you guys see that there was like a 98.7 gate analysis video of a lesbian DC police officer who supposedly planted the pipe bomb for January 6th, and then she joined the Secret Service like a month after January 6th? And as a result, the Blaze released that the lesbian police officer, she just looked like a lesbian, the lesbian police officer was the January 6th pipe bomber, and then that was in the news for 2 weeks and then never heard of again. Yeah, I remember that one too. That was a classic. Demon King Drago says Patel was tweeting out information before it was vetted to be true, whether through incompetence or bad PR management, making incorrect statements about what was going on that day. Oh, yeah. There was that old guy. There was the old guy who was like laughing and yelling that Charlie deserved it or something. And then he got detained and arrested, but he just turned out to be some like old kook and he didn't have a gun. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the.
George Zinn is the guy's name. George Zinn. Yeah, apparently he Zinn was attending an event where a shooting occurred shortly after the shooting incident, and while people were fleeing the area, Zinn was seen yelling that he had shot Charlie Kirk. So apparently he was truly just like an old schizophrenic.
The police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
in. But
your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Also just ask
and so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence, and then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she
pressed waffle wet tissue paper. Holy shit, she's about to get fucking pushed in.
Implicit in.
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss.
Joe Turris says, Connor, for growing, you should go all in on making real-time visual models. You're the only politics guy I've seen do it, and the stuff blows up on YouTube in reference to pirate software. Thanks, King. I think I saw your email. Sometimes I get emails, and I had a similar comment. There was somebody who was saying that I should go all in on 3D modeling, which is funny because right now I just use Paint. But what would be funny is like using like Blender. Making like silly, I could do like 3D designs of Erica Kirk being complicit in Charlie Kirk's murders, like goofy shit. I don't know. I'll think about it.
Which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why?
Whose lawyer? Okay. If this is Erica Kirk's lawyer, I don't know who this is, then yeah, he's not going to have the prosecution's fucking case, right? The state attorney's office is going to have it. Now, if a state attorney said, we don't have anything at this point, I guarantee you that Candace Owens is too dumb to understand what the lawyer was saying. A state attorney would never say, we don't have enough to indict Tyler Robinson. They might say, well, we have probable cause and we have some evidence, but we're working on the other evidence right now. I guarantee you, like dollars to donuts. I think I bet $20 earlier on something. I forget what it is because my brain is turning to soup. But I guarantee you a state attorney probably said, we have probable cause based off of XYZ ABC, but we're still obtaining additional evidence right now. That is not going to be available to you at this stage in the investigation. So this bitch is dumb.
Why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's
I don't know, because the state attorney probably had the rifle, and the rifle belonged to the grandpa, and they probably had the handwritten note from Tyler Robinson, and they probably had the text messages from Tyler Robinson and Discord messages from Tyler Robinson confessing to the crime, and they probably had the shooter turn himself in via his parents at the same time. So while all of that evidence wouldn't be immediately available for release to Erica Kirk, the widow, or immediately available to be released to Candace Owens, a fucking alternative media news pundit with the IQ of a goldfish, how about all that shit's available now? So how come you haven't changed your tune and going, oh shit, I guess the state attorney was keeping all this evidence close to the chest because they were in the preliminary parts of an investigation. But now that I see they have the gun, they have the parents turning him in, they have the car showing up 3 times, they have his DNA on the fucking gun. This is true. What's mind-boggling to me at this point is the fact that there are hundreds of thousands of people out inside the United States who consider her a convincing pundit on this topic. That is what's blowing my tits off right now. Short says, why do you think Candace is dumb as opposed to just crazy and or a grifter? I feel like if she was a liar, it would have slipped by now. I think she is dumb and delusional, but I also wonder if she's like self-deluding. Like I truly wonder if she has latent schizophrenia and she's just attaching everything together. But whatever she attaches, she doesn't actually use a skeptical mindset in order to debunk her own understanding of the world. If just as soon as she believes something inferentially, she believes it to be solidly true. I truly wonder if she has like a diagnosable mental health issue, because it is mind-blowing the amount of stupid shit that she can convince herself of.
Involved, they made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you, she's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like, don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
Complicit is an adjective that means involved with others in an illegal, bad, or wrong activity. So Candace is walking back from she's complicit in the fucking murder to she's complicit in the attempt to convince the American public that Tyler Robinson is the shooter, which could be an earnestly held belief. And if it's an earnestly held belief, then she's not complicit because she's not acting in concert with others to perpetuate a bad thing. I hate this woman.
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit. Everything. Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that, I'm sure.
In the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, there. I mean, there. I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week.
That explains a lot of it too. Not trying to be too misogynist, but sometimes pregnancy can knock a few bolts loose. So that if she has not stopped being pregnant, how many kids does she have?
And traveling on a plane nonstop, you suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that.
Holy shit, she's had 5 kids. She's had 5 kids, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2025, and is currently expecting a 5th child. Listen, man, I'm going to move from malice and mental illness to pregnancy hormones, okay? I know that's incredibly misogynist of me, but I feel like that's explanatory.
That I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married.
Or Scott. A friend asked what I was watching, and I told him how Candace Owens is a crazy conspiracy theorist. He looked at her and said, I could fix that. And then he heard her talk and then said, never mind, I can't fix that. Nice.
When they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica, per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah. Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and he called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest offender. So do you still think she's
her biggest offender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this.
just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded.
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to.
Severin with the absolutely beautiful take. You don't call R-slurred people R-slurred. You call your friends R-slurs when they're acting like R-slurs. That's my opinion on it as well. Absolutely. So Andrew Wilson calling somebody an R-slur is like the least consequential thing to me possible. I kind of want to see, it's 2:14. I normally wrap up 2:30. I appreciate you guys. Let me thank everybody who's donated. We'll watch a little bit longer, but I'm probably going to wrap at 2:30. Just thanking the people who have donated real quick. Nickelodeon. Doobie Doobie. Diminished Dark Nut. Fashion 40. Rifleman. True Zealot. Rifleman. Doobie. Old School. Send Patriarch. Diminished Dark Nut. Doobie. Anonymous. Officer Nasty. Old School. And Sapient Green. Thank you, kings and queens, for your viewership. Thank you for your financial support. I do appreciate it. And I guess let's continue to suffer together for another few minutes. I just want to see Candace Owens step on one more rake. There are plenty of other people who are covering this, so I expect that you will be able to jump onto another streamer's show and just pick it up where I left off or find something else or whatever. But I do want to see if I can get Candace Owens to step on one more rake before we leave. So, is Snarking Saturday happening? Do I need to hop back in the cord? Maybe. I mean, if you want to come on and have people potentially confront you as a snarker, I mean, that could be interesting.
To give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a look.
What is that?
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, "Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica." Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against.
Dude, she's getting pressed. Is it about the truth of Charlie Kirk, or is it about Andrew Wilson's personal biography? Demon King Drago says, "What's happening Saturday?" Well, Fellrunner, our brave head community mod, basically yesterday and the day before, I saw Steven calling Pisco an anti-Semite, and my brain broke. So, also, just over the past few months, we've lost some community members, Patriarch Christian Valeris being the chief amongst them. And so, in my opinion, I moved away from covering Steven being a fucking asshole in an attempt to retain Christian Valeris and other community members who were DGG sympathetic. But I think all that happened was we just lost those people over the ensuing months, over the toxic fallout of the debate anyways. So I'm kind of done pulling my punches. If you're like a DGG or if you're a fan of Destiny, but you still happen to be a fan of mine, that's totally fine. I don't give a shit. But what I would say is I've been pressured by DGG friendly people in my community to hold fire on Destiny because they didn't want the drama. They didn't want the ugliness in the community. They didn't want this. They didn't want that. But Destiny never holds his fucking fire. So I'm not going to be held to a different standard when Stevens, he was a huge piece of shit the 2 weeks after the drama. And then he's being a piece of shit to people that I like. So no, this isn't a one-way firefight where Steven gets to be the biggest fucking asshole possible. Then his audience members that I share get to say, oh, Connor, don't punch back though. That's a bad look, sweaty. No, fuck you. And if you have that energy for me, you better be in fucking Steven's chat saying, hey, Steven, can you chill the fuck out? Because this is actually crazy pants. So yeah, I'm not, that's what I'm saying. So on Saturday, one of the things that Fellrunner joked about that I'm thinking about, I'd say like 80% sure that I would do it, is basically doing a call-in show. I feel like I have evidence that Steven has behaved poorly. I feel like DGG dismisses it offhand. And I feel like characters like Owlishness and Food Shop Simps and Black Cat and all these fucking people, they're all up in my replies saying, oh, you have no evidence, you have no evidence, everybody's recanted, everybody recanted. It's not true. They just repeat it as if it's true, but it's not true. So I'll present the evidence I have, and they're welcome onto the stream in order to challenge me on it. They're welcome to.
The
against feminists
and red pillars,
okay,
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist,
and then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. Okay. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office 6 days later.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight. Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit. I don't have to keep answering the same question. Okay, so let's feel
like you got an
answer to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip, so if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Who do you believe?
Bellrunner says, I'm serious. Do the show. Okay. I think the main thrust of the show, though, would be to bring on the DGG simps and just fucking let them flounder. That would be the main fucking point. So, Demon King Drago says, I might miss that one and watch the VOD. I love you, dog, but I don't want to get lumped in with the pedo defenders for the umpteenth time. See, that's funny. Because I don't know what you mean by that, because simultaneously Doobie has been labeled a pedo because he reports CSAM to law enforcement, but then Food Shops actively jacks off to depictions of children, and Steven fucking did what he did with Britt. So I'm actually not sure which tribe you're referring to right now. But anyways, I think this is well QC John for $20. Here's your other 20 for the bribe for Saturday show. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I guess we have to do it now. All right. Anyways, let's see if she jumps into a rake real quick.
Believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
but
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is. I'm just trying to make sure.
Alishna said she was down, so could be fun either way.
Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to.
So why did he have the neck wound, you idiot? Okay. I'm good. I appreciate it. Thank you for the donations, though. Let's go ahead and wrap it up a little bit. Okay. We took a substantial amount of damage. I'm sure there will be other streamers who are covering it. We got into, I think, the third section by the time that we're wrapping. So as a result, just know that we were talking about the lav mic explosion. Candace Owens' defense is that I was just exploring hypotheticals. And then when she gets pressed by Andrew Wilson, she goes, oh, well, I just think it's a possibility that people should be looking into because she's a dumb bitch. And I can't believe that she's famous. It's fucking crazy. Anyways, QC John gives 20, says, here's these other $20 bribe for the, or 20% of the bribe for a Saturday show. Lol. Well, thank you. Horse God for 10 says, bribe to wear the helmet on Saturday. Thank you, King. Let me thank the people who donated again real quick before we wrap. Oh my God. Horse God, QC John, Doobie Doobie, Diminished Dark Nut, Fashion 40, Rifleman, True Zealot, Rifleman, Doobie, Old School, Send Patriarch, Diminished Dark Nut, Doobie, Anonymous Chatter, Officer Nasty, Old School, and Sapient Green. And guys, like, listen, it just is what it is. Okay? It just is what it is. I'm tired of trying to placate people. I don't think that I've succeeded in placating them, even when I've tried. As a result, we're just going to do what we do. So I hope you guys are along for the ride. I hope you've enjoyed the content for the past year. I hope you continue to enjoy the content for many years to come. But, you know, I can't keep taking feedback from audience members that are basically saying, like, you need to eliminate this tribe from the chat or else we're not going to be around anymore, or vice versa. They're trying to infiltrate your brain in order to manipulate you to be more favorable to this content creator. And it's like, dude, at some point, I just have to call balls and strikes myself. The reason why I am was, I guess, sympathetic to the people that we had cultivated wasn't just the oiling. It was also because I respect these people as people. Patriarch is a good human being. Christian Valeris, despite our current beef, I would like to say is probably a good human being. Grassroots Hegemon is a good human being, and they've all helped out the channel a lot, and they've all been part of the community. So I don't want to shit talk them just because of whatever. Just because we're not as friendly as we used to be. But at some point, I just have to do what I think is right, and it is what it is. So, Diminished Darknet for 10 says, I pray for Candace's well-being and I wish her a graceful restoration of sanity befalls her somehow. Indeed, I'm really not trying to malign women or pregnant women in general, but I will say that pregnancy is quite intense on the hormones. So if her paranoia and anxiety are, you know, driving her into this behavior due to postpartum hormonal washes, I will not be surprised if it's a contributing factor. All right. Thank you, Dr. Zayas. I appreciate you. Jonah says, I'm done apologizing. I'm done being persecuted for my strength. You're not the real heroes. I am. I am better. I'm not saying Grassroots is gone. Grassroots is just saying that if the snarkers are a dominant part of the culture, then he just might not hang out as much. It wasn't Grassroots being gone. He was just saying that he's not having as much fun as the OG COG. And let's be real. The OG COG was a beautiful place. It was. It was a beautiful place. But back when all of us were getting along and, you know, chats and super chats were flowing and we're having a good time and we're not beefing about Israel and we're not beefing about Destiny and we're just vibing and, you know, we're watching content and all that kind of shit. That is, you know, the OG COG was dope. But, you know, we bumped into some contentions. It's okay. It is what it is. Shit happens. But anyways, Parasocial, love you guys. Like the stream, share with your friends, engage with us, super chats if you got a memberships, you got them. My Parasocial, love you. And I guess today's Friday. I guess I'll go work on post-recorded content and I'll see you on tomorrow night. So, yeah. All right. Fun times. See you soon.